Section 28 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The history of HARRIOT and SOPHIA continued. As soon as Mr. Herbert went away, HARRIOT, who had been listening and had heard all that passed, entered the room. The virtue and strength of mind her sister showed in the design she had formed of flying from Sir Charles Stanley excited her envy, and she would have joined with her mother in endeavoring to prevail upon her to stay, to prevent the superiority such conduct gave her, had not that envy found a more sensible gratification in the thought that Sophia would no longer receive the adorations of the young baronet, and that all her towering hopes would be changed to disappointment and grief. The discontinuance of those presents which Sir Charles so liberally bestowed on them, evidently on Sophia's account, and which had hitherto enabled them to live in affluence, affected her but little. For vanity is a more powerful passion than interest in the heart of a coquette, and the pleasure of seeing her sister mortified and deserted by her lover outweighed all the other considerations. Besides, she was not without hopes that when Sophia was out of the way, her charms would regain all their former influence over the heart of Sir Charles. She came prepared, therefore, to support her in her resolution of going into the country. But Mrs. Darnley, who did not enter into her views, and who had no other attention but to secure to herself that ease and affluence she at present enjoyed, expected HARRIOT to use her utmost efforts to prevent her sister from disobliging a man whose liberality was the source of their happiness. She complained to her in a tender manner of Sophia's unkindness. She exaggerated the ill consequences that might be apprehended from the affront she put on Sir Charles, by thus avowing the most injurious suspicions of him, and declared she expected nothing less than to be reduced by the loss of her pension to that state of misery from which he had formerly relieved her. Sophia melted into tears at these words, but a moment's reflection convinced her that her mother's apprehensions were altogether groundless. Sir Charles was not capable of so mean a revenge, and Sophia on this occasion defended him with so much ardour that Miss Darnley could not help indulging her malice, by throwing out some severe sarcasms upon the violence of her affection for a man whom she affected to despise. Sophia blushed, but answered calmly, "Well, sister, if I love Sir Charles Stanley, I have the more merit in leaving him." "Oh, not a bit more for that, for, as I read in one of your books just now, virtue would not go so far if pride did not bear her company." "Sister," said Sophia, "no woman is envious of another's virtue who is conscious of her own." This retort threw HARRIOT into so violent a rage that Sophia, who knew what excesses she was capable of, left the room and retired to pack up her clothes, that she might be ready when Mr. Herbert called for her. In this employment Mrs. Darnley gave her no interruption, for HARRIOT, having quitted her mother in a huff because she did not join with her against Sophia, she was left at liberty to pursue her own reflections. After long doubt and perplexity in what manner to act, she resolved to consent that Sophia should depart, for she saw plainly that it would not be in her power to prevent it, and she was willing to derive some merit from the necessity she was under of complying. She considered that if Sir Charles really loved her daughter, her flight on such motives would rather increase than lessen his passion, and that all his resentment for being deprived of her sight would fall upon Mr. Hebert, who was alone in fault. Mrs. Darnley, as has been before observed, was not of a temper to anticipate misfortunes or to give herself much uneasiness about evils in futurity. She always hoped the best, not because she had any well-grounded reasons for it, but because it was much more pleasing to hope than to fear. Sophia, when she saw her next, found her surprisingly altered. She not only no longer opposed her going, but even seemed desirous of it. And this she thought a masterpiece of cunning, which could not fail of gaining Mr. Herbert's good opinion, never once reflecting that her former opposition deprived her of all the merit of a voluntary compliance. This change in Mrs. Darnley left Sophia no more difficulties to encounter but what she found in her own heart. Industrious to deceive herself, she had imputed all the uneasy emotions there to the grief of leaving her mother contrary to her inclination. She had now her free consent to go, yet still those perturbations remained. She thanked her mother for her indulgence. She took her hand and tenderly pressed it to her lips, tears at the same time flowing fast from her eyes. Mrs. Darnley was cruel enough to show that she understood the cause of this hidden passion. "What," said she to the poor blushing Sophia, "after all the clutter you have made about leaving Sir Charles, does your heart fail you now you come to the trial?" Sophia, abashed and silent, hid her glowing face with her handkerchief, and having with some difficulty repressed another gush of tears, assumed composure enough to tell her mother that she hoped she should never want fortitude to do her duty. "To be sure," replied Mrs. Darnley with a sneer, "one so wise as you can never mistake your duty." Sophia, however, understood her so well that she did not offer to recriminate upon this occasion. For Mrs. Darnley was but a shallow politician, and was thrown so much off her guard by the vexation she felt, that an affair on which she built such great hopes had taken so different a turn, that she gave plain indications of her displeasure, and that her consent to her daughter's going was indeed extorted from her. Sophia had many of these assaults to sustain, as well as from Harriot as Mrs. Darnley, during the remainder of that day. But they were of service to her. Her pride was concerned to prevent giving a real cause for such sarcasms as her sister in particular threw out. Opposition kept up her spirits and preserved her mind from yielding to that tender grief which the idea of parting forever from Sir Charles excited. When Mr. Herbert came the next morning, Mrs. Darnley, who had no better part to play, had recourse again to dissimulation, and expressed great willingness to send her daughter away. But the good man, who saw the feint in her overacted satisfaction, suffered her to imagine that she had effectually imposed upon him. Sophia wept when she took leave of her mother, and returned the cold salute her sister gave her with an affectionate embrace. She sighed deeply as Mr. Herbert helped her into the post-chaise, and continued pensive and silent for several minutes, not daring to raise her eyes up to her kind conductor, lest he should read in them what passed in her heart. Mr. Herbert, who guessed what she felt upon this occasion, was sensibly affected with that soft melancholy, so easy to be discovered in her countenance, notwithstanding all her endeavours to conceal it. He wished to comfort her, but the subject was too delicate to be mentioned. Kind and indulgent as he was, he began to think his admired Sophia carried her concern on this occasion too far. So true it is that the case of tried virtue is harder than that of untried. We require from it as debts continual exertions of its power, and if we are at any time disappointed in our expectations, we blame with resentment as if we had been deceived. Sophia's sensibility, however, was very excusable. In flying from Sir Charles, she had done all that the most rigid virtue could demand, for as yet she had only suspicions against him, and this man, whose generous gift she had returned with silent scorn, whom she had avoided as an enemy, had hitherto behaved to her with all the tenderness of a lover, and all the benevolence of a friend. It was under that amiable idea that he now presented himself to her imagination. Her pride and her resentment were appeased by the sacrifice she made in her abrupt departure, and every unkind thought of him was changed to tender regret for his loss. Mr. Herbert, by not attempting to divert the course of her reflections, soon drew her out of her reverie. His silence and reserve first intimated to her the impropriety of her behavior. She immediately assumed her usual composure, and during the remainder of their little journey she appeared as cheerful and serene as if nothing extraordinary had happened. The good curate with whom she was to lodge, having rode out to meet his friend and his fair guest, joined them when they had come within 3 miles of his house. Mr. Herbert, who had descried him at a little distance, showed him to Sophia. "There, my dear," said he, "is a man who, with more piety and learning than would serve to make 10 bishops, is obliged to hire himself out at the rate of £60 a year to do the duty of the parish church, the rector of which enjoys 3 lucrative benefices without praying or preaching above 5 times in a 12-month. Mr. Lawson, for that was the curate's name, had now galloped up to the chaise, which Mr. Herbert had ordered the postboy to stop, and many kind salutations passed between the 2 friends. Sophia was particularly pleased with the candour and benevolence which appeared in the looks and behaviour of the good clergyman, who gazed on her attentively, and found the good opinion he had entertained of her from Mr. Herbert's representations fully confirmed. The bewitching sweetness in her voice and eyes, the spirit that animated her looks, and the peculiar elegance of her address produced their usual effects, and filled Mr. Lawson's heart with sentiments of tenderness, esteem, and respect for her. Mrs. Lawson and her 2 daughters received her with that true politeness which is founded on good sense and good nature. Both the young women were extremely agreeable in their persons, and Sophia contemplated with admiration the neat simplicity of their dress, their artless beauty, and native sweetness of manners. Health died in their cheeks with blushes more beautiful than those the fine lady borrows from paint. Innocence and cheerfulness lighted up the smiles in their faces, as powerful as those of the most finished coquette. And good humour and a sincere desire of obliging gave graces to their behaviour which ceremony but poorly imitates. These were Sophia's observations to Mr. Herbert, who seized the first opportunity of speaking to her apart, to ask her opinion of her new companions. He was rejoiced to hear her express great satisfaction in her new situation, and not doubting but time and absence, assisted by her own good sense and virtue, would banish Sir Charles Stanley entirely from her remembrance. He scrupled not to leave her at the end of 3 days, after having tenderly recommended her to the care of this little worthy family, every individual of which already loved her with extreme affection. Sophia was indeed so much delighted with the new scene of life she had entered upon, and her fancy was at first so struck with the novelty of all the objects she beheld, that the continual dissipation of her thoughts left no room for the idea of the baronet. But this deceitful calm lasted not long. She soon found by experience that the silence and solitude of the country were more proper to nourish love than to destroy it, and that groves and meads, the nightingale's song, and the rivulet's murmur were food for tender melancholy. Mr. Lawson's house was most romantically situated on the borders of a spacious park, from whose opulent owner he rented a small farm, which supplied his family with almost all the necessaries of life. Mrs. Lawson, his wife, brought him a very small fortune, but a great stock of virtue, good sense, and prudence. She had seen enough of the world to polish her manners without corrupting her heart, and having lived most part of her time in the country, she understood rural affairs perfectly well, and superintended all the business of their little farm. Their 2 daughters were at once the best housewives, and the most accomplished young women in that part of the country. Mr. Lawson took upon himself the delightful task of improving their minds, and giving them a taste for useful knowledge, and their mother, besides instructing them in all the economical duties suitable to their humble fortunes, formed them to those decencies of manners and propriety of behavior which she had acquired by a genteel education and the conversation of persons of rank. In the affairs of the family, each of the young women had their particular province assigned to them. Dolly, the eldest, presided in the dairy, and Fanny, so was the youngest called, assisted in the management of the house. Sophia soon entertained a friendship for them both, but a powerful inclination attached her particularly to Dolly. There was in the countenance of this young woman a certain sweetness and sensibility that pleased Sophia extremely, and though she had all that cheerfulness which youth, health, and innocence inspire, yet the pensiveness that would sometimes steal over her sweet features, the gentle sighs that would now and then escape her, excited a partial tenderness for her in the heart of Sophia. She took pleasure in assisting her in her little employments. Dolly insensibly lost that care which the presence of the fair Londoner first inspired, and repaid her tenderness with all that warmth of affection which only young and innocent minds are capable of feeling. Sophia, instructed by her own experience, soon discovered that her young friend was in love, but neither of them disclosed the secrets of their hearts to each other. Dolly was withheld by bashful timidity, Sophia by delicate reserve. Fond as they were of each other's company, yet the want of this mutual confidence made them sometimes choose to be alone. Sophia, having one evening strayed in the wood, wholly absorbed in melancholy thoughts, lost her way, and was in some perplexity how to recover the path that led to Mr. Lawson's house, when, looking anxiously around her, she saw Dolly at a distance, sitting under a tree. Overjoyed to meet her so luckily, she was running up to her, but stopped upon the appearance of a young man, who, seeing Dolly, flew towards her with the utmost eagerness, and with such an expression of joyful surprise in his countenance as persuaded her this meeting was accidental. Sophia, not willing to interrupt their conversation, passed on softly behind the trees, unobserved by Dolly, who continued in the same pensive attitude, but being now nearer to her, she perceived she was weeping excessively. Sophia, who was greatly affected at this sight, could not help accompanying her tears with some of her own, and not daring to stir a step farther for fear of being seen by the youth, she resolved to take advantage of her situation, to know the occasion of Dolly's extraordinary affliction. The poor girl was so wrapped in thought that she neither saw nor heard the approach of her lover, who called to her in the tenderest accent imaginable, "My dear Dolly, is it you? Won't you look at me? Won't you speak to me? What have I done to make you angry, my love? Don't go." For upon hearing his voice she started from her seat and seemed desirous to avoid him. "Don't go, my dear Dolly," said he, following her, and she went slowly enough. "Don't drive me to despair." "What would you have me do, Mr. William?" said she, stopping and turning gently towards him. "You know my father has forbid me to speak to you, and I would die rather than disoblige him. You may thank your proud rich aunt for all of this. Pray let me go," pursued she, making some faint efforts to withdraw her hand, which he had seized and held fast in his. "You must forget me, William, as I have resolved to forget you," she added, sighing, and turning away her head lest he should see the tears that fell from her eyes. Cruel as these words sounded in the ears of the passionate William, yet he found something in her voice and actions that comforted him. "No, my dear Dolly," said he, endeavoring to look in her averted face, "I will not believe that you have resolved to forget me. You can no more forget me than I can you, and I shall love you as long as I live. I know you say this only to grieve me. You do not mean it." "Yes, I do mean it," replied Dolly in a peevish accent, vexed that he had seen her tears. "I know my duty, and you shall find that I can obey my father." While she spoke this, she struggled so much in earnest to free her hand from his that, fearing to offend her, he dropped it with a submissive air. Dolly, having now no pretense for staying any longer, bid him farewell in a faltering voice, and went on, though with a slow pace, towards her father's house. The youth continued for a moment motionless as a statue, with a countenance as pale as death, and his eyes, which were suffused with tears, fixed on the parting virgin. "What," cried he at last, in the most plaintive tone imaginable, "can you really be leaving me thus? Go then, my dear unkind Dolly. I will trouble you no more with my hateful presence. I wish you happy, but if you hear that any strange mischief has befallen me, be assured you are the cause of it." He followed her as he spoke, and Dolly, no longer able to continue her assumed rigor, stopped when he approached her, and burst into tears. The lover felt all his hopes revive at this sight, and taking her hand, which he kissed 1,000 times, he uttered the tenderest vows of love and constancy, to which she listened in silence, only now and then softly sighing. At length she disengaged her hand, and gently begged him to leave her, lest he should be seen by any of the family. The happy youth, once more convinced of her affection for him, obeyed without a murmur. Dolly, as soon as he had quitted her, ran hastily towards home, but he, as if every step was leading him to his grave, moved slowly on, often looking back and often stopping, so that Sophia, who was afraid she would not be able to overtake her friend, was obliged to hazard being seen by him, and followed Dolly with all the speed she could. As soon as she was near enough to be heard, she called out to her to stay. Dolly stopped, but was in so much confusion at the thought of having been seen by Miss Darnley with her lover that she had not courage to go and meet her. "Ah, Miss Dolly," said Sophia, smiling, "I have made a discovery, but I do assure you it was as accidental as your meeting with that handsome youth, who I find is your lover." "Yes, indeed," replied Dolly, whose face was covered with blushes. "My meeting with that young man was not designed, at least on my part, but surely you jest, Miss Darnley, when you call him handsome. Do you really think him handsome?" "Upon my word I do," said Sophia. "He is one of the prettiest youths I ever saw, and if the professions of men may be relied on," added she with a sigh, "he certainly loves you. But, my dear Dolly, by what I could learn from your conversation, he has not your father's consent to make his addresses to you. I was sorry to hear that, Dolly, because I perceive, my dear, that you like him." Dolly now held down her head and blushed more than before, but continued silent. "Perhaps you will think me impertinent," resumed Sophia, "for speaking so freely about your affairs, but I love you dearly, Miss Dolly." "And I," interpreted Dolly, throwing one of her arms about Sophia's neck and kissing her cheek, "love you, Miss Darnley, better 1,000 times than I ever loved anybody except my father and mother and sister." "Well, well," said Sophia, "I won't dispute that point with you now, but if you love me so much as you say, my dear Dolly, why have you made a secret of this affair? Friends do not use to be so reserved with each other." "Perhaps," said Dolly, smiling a little archly, "you have taught me to be reserved by your example. But indeed," added she, with a graver look and accent, "I am not worthy to be your confidant. You are my superior in everything. It would be presumption in me to desire to know your secrets." "You shall know everything that concerns me," interrupted Sophia, "which can be of use to you. And add weight to that advice I shall take the liberty to give you upon this occasion. I am far from being happy, my dear Dolly, and I blush to say it. It has been in the power of a deceitful man greatly to disturb my peace." Sophia here wiped her charming eyes, and Dolly, who wept sympathetically for her and for herself, exclaimed, "Is there a man in the world who could be false to you? Alas, what have I to expect?" "Come, my dear," said Sophia, leading her to the root of a large tree. "Let us sit down here. We shall not be called to supper yet. You have time enough to give me some account of this young man, whom I should be glad to find worthy of you. Tell me how your acquaintance began, and what are your father's reasons for forbidding your correspondence." End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox, to the author of the Ladies' Museum. Madam, I have lately been at one of the most awful solemnities in this kingdom, or perhaps in any kingdom in the world, the trial of a peer of England for felony and murder. The more atrocious the crime, or the more dignified the criminal, the higher must curiosity be raised in every breast. Having a desire not to lose any circumstance of the behavior of the several noble characters in this deep tragedy, I placed myself early on Wednesday morning in Westminster Hall, in a situation that at once might allow me a sight of the prisoner, his counsel, and particularly of his great and right honorable judges. I know full well the duty which I owe to the Supreme Court of Judicature, at whose bar the prisoner stood arraigned, nor shall I even by any iota, or much less by any innuendo, break in upon the privileges which they so justly assume of making their own proceedings sacred and invulnerable to improper publications, and the licentiousness of too bold, I will not venture to say too free a press. It surely I may, nay, I must declare, that this High Court of Judicature did upon this, as in every other point, and upon every other occasion, act like itself. All the spectators, who were splendidly numerous of both sexes, saw, heard, and confessed that justice was concomitant with mercy. Enquiry was diverted of rigor. Indulgence appeared without condescension. Humanity displayed itself without weakness. Judgment without partiality, and uprightness without severity. About 11 o'clock in the morning, as soon as the peers, with the Lord High Steward at their head, were situated in their order and rank of place, Lord Ferrers was brought to the bar. But what shall I say of this unfortunate nobleman? He had neither dignity in his countenance, nor sufficient gracefulness in his manner, to draw companion on his misery, or reverence to his person. Downcast eyes, an unmeaning face, a low stature, rather despicable than a gentlemanlike appearance, must in all other circumstances and situations have drawn a bias against him, and must have compelled his beholders, on the first impression, to have pronounced him an ill-favored, disagreeable-looking man. Placed at the bar of Westminster Hall, a miserable, helpless prisoner, with all his crimes upon his head, we naturally rejected prejudices that we were arising against his outward demeanor, and joined with the clerk of the crown in wishing that God might send him a good deliverance. The several particulars of the atrocious crime for which his lordship is to suffer will appear in the printed trial. They will appear, I am afraid, shocking and barbarous. The trials of the Old Bailey have scarce produced a parallel. It was a murder planned, concerted, and executed with deliberation, cruelty, and determined malice. Neither drunkenness nor madness excited the immediate execution of it. Several persons were sent out of the way on purpose to leave the wretched victim beyond a possibility of assistance or rescue. The poor man was defenseless, without arms, and even without the least suspicion of his fate. He was locked into the parlor by the inhuman Earl, was compelled to kneel down on one knee, and in that posture was shot, the ball remaining in his body. A glimpse of repenting humanity then took place. The Earl first caused him to be carried and put into a bed, and then sent for a surgeon to assist him in his agony. But soon after the arrival of the surgeon, all humanity vanished. A fresh blast of fury arose, and it was with difficulty that his lordship could be hindered from tearing the agonizing Mr. Johnson out of bed, dragging him on the floor, and putting the finishing stroke to a life already gasping out its last painful moments. Here indeed was the excuse of ebriety. The Earl by this time had dozed himself by brandy into all the heat of rage and violence. From brandy he descended to port wine, and continued drinking till nature was sufficiently drowned by liquor to sink into a sound sleep, and a temporary oblivion of the horrid action which he had committed. Poor Johnson, terrified to be under the roof of his murderer, was by his earnest desire carried to his own house, where in a few hours he expired, amidst the tears and lamentations of his miserable family. It was a most affecting part of the trial to see Miss Johnson, daughter of the deceased, dressed in mourning and giving testimony of her father's catastrophe. All compassion towards the Earl is much curbed, if not totally suppressed, when we consider the miserable situation into which this unhappy family is thrown. Yet I must confess that I found myself deeply moved when the Earl gave in that paper of his defense, which with great uneasiness he urged as the strongest, perhaps the only plea in his favor. I am, said he, importuned, and indeed constrained, my lords, by my family, to plead to your lordships, by way of mitigation and excuse of my crime, the unhappy state of mind under which I frequently labor, and with which I must have been particularly visited when I committed the crime that has been laid open to your lordships. Words to this purpose were pronounced by him in the greatest perturbation of spirit, in a confusion and uneasiness not to be described, and with the difficulty of respiration that evidently discovered the inward workings of his soul. Unhappy man! Could he have proved that he had committed the murder whilst he was visited by the sorest disease to which human nature is liable? Death would not have been his portion, but even his own witness testified his intervals of sanity to have been too many and too constant to admit of any such plea. The Earl was indulged in producing any witnesses to the purpose he desired. 2 were heard, but the evening coming on, the trial was adjourned till next day. On Thursday afternoon, the noble judges came into Westminster Hall. The Earl pursued his plea of lunacy, and to that purport examined a fresh string of witnesses, 9, I think, in number, of which 2 were his own brothers. This seemed to me, and probably to most of the audience, a very shocking scene. A noble family exposed, persons long since in their graves conjured up, like ghosts, only to be proved lunatics. Younger brothers, as an instance of the strongest fraternal affection, endeavoring to denounce their elder brother mad. Relations, acquaintance, and even servants, giving various instances of the Earl's frenzy, wildness, and distraction, yet all to no purpose. None of these instances came up to the point. The unfortunate prisoner might have been sometimes wild, sometimes frantic, but never totally deprived of sense. Johnson was killed in an hour of sanity. Johnson fell by malice prepense. A short speech concluded all the Earl had to say. It was read by the clerk of the House of Lords, and was evidently a composition as well put together as if the author of it had never, in the whole of his lifetime, been visited by the least degree of madness. The counsel for the Crown then summed up, and observed upon the whole evidence, and ended as they began, in the most tender, clear, impartial, generous, but just manner, that nature could demonstrate a human ability's display. The Lords returned to the Parliament chamber, and after some time came back to Westminster Hall, where each of their lordships severally, and for himself, pronounced Earl Ferrers guilty of the felony and murder of which he stood indicted. The number of peers who gave their votes were 116, 21 bishops and 4 temporal lords being absent at the time when Lord Ferrers received his doom. The number of spiritual and temporal lords who attended the first day were 141. The number happened to be exactly the same as had attended Lord Lovat's trial. The prisoner was then summoned to the bar. The judgment of the Lords was declared to him, and as he was to receive sentence of death the next day, he was immediately remanded to the Tower. The Lords came into Westminster Hall about noon on Friday, and Lawrence, Earl Ferrers, was asked, according to the usual form, why judgment of death should not pass upon him, according to law. His lordship produced a written speech, which was read by the clerk, and was drawn up in a most proper, decent manner, still regretting the plea he had been forced to offer of lunacy, and submitting entirely to the judgment of the House of Peers. The Lord High Steward then pronounced his sentence, having introduced it by a most proper exordium. The sentence was that Earl Ferrers should be hanged till he was dead, and his body should be delivered to the surgeons to be anatomized. When he heard the sentence of hanging pronounced, he said, in a low voice, "God's will be done." But when he heard he was to be anatomized, he said with great emotion, "God forbid." However, both parts of the sentence must be absolutely fulfilled. The law that enacts it passed no longer ago than the year 1752, and has no respect of persons. Not even the king can commute the sentence. His Majesty may reprieve from time to time, or he may pardon, but His Majesty cannot alter the letter of the law. All the indulgence within the power of the Lords in their legislative capacity was shewn to the prisoner. Without that indulgence, he must have been hanged on Monday the 21st instant, and till his execution must have been sustained solely by bread and water, nor could any person be permitted to converse with him. Instead of these severities, by a power vested in the judges of the court where the felon is tried, his death is postponed to the 5th of May, and his diet and manner of custody are entirely left to the discretion of the noble lord who presides over the prisoners in the Tower, to their great happiness and to his own great honor. Thus concluded the trial of Lawrence Earl Ferrers, who drew upon himself his own dismal catastrophe. Here let us close the scene, but not without remembering that the last trial of any peer for murder was in the year 1699, above 80 years ago, when Edward, Earl of Warwick in Holland, and Charles Lord Mahon were each severally tried for the murder of Richard Coote, Esquire. Lord Warwick was found guilty of manslaughter. Lord Mahon was entirely acquitted. Lord Warwick claimed and received the benefit of his peerage upon the statute of Edward VI. Lord Mahon, who in the year 1692 had been tried and acquitted for the murder of Mr. Montfort the player, towards the latter part of Queen Anne's reign, ended his life in a duel with the Duke of Hamilton in Hyde Park. I am, madam, your most obedient, humble servant, A.B. April 21st, 1760. End of section 29. Section 30, The Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox, to the author of The Ladies' Museum. Madam, when I sent you an account of the trial and condemnation of Lawrence, late Earl Ferrers, I did not imagine that I should have been enabled to add to it an account of his execution, but my curiosity having conquered all other sensations, I was present at the catastrophe of that nobleman. The particulars of his lordship's behavior from the Tower to the place of execution are published by order or permission of the sheriffs. To repeat those particulars would be needless, but give me leave, madam, by way of postscript to my last letter, to animadvert upon some passages of the Earl's appearance and demeanour, which, except in one instance, drew pity and compassion from all the spectators. The instance I hint at was his lordship's dress, of which he himself took notice to Mr. Sheriff Vallant. You may perhaps, sir, said the Earl, think it strange to see me in this dress, but I have my particular reasons for it. Mr. Vallant pressed not to know those particular reasons, and they seemingly died with the noble criminal. But the people, ever busy and inquisitive to fathom the deepest secrets, and to expose to light the most inward recesses of the soul, have loudly and unanimously declared that the clothes which the Earl wore, light cloth embroidered with silver, was the suit in which he was married, and that his lordship dated the source of his misfortunes from the day of his marriage. Unhappy, wretched man, filled with whim, error, suspicions, malevolence, and a kind of insult, by no means to be excused, except as proceeding from a depraved imagination. At his trial, he had brought in his plea of lunacy. By his dress, he appeared to continue on that plea at the gallows. He forgave the executioner. He forgave all the world. But as he seems to have been a kind of fatalist, he forgave not his fate, which, according to his own wild imagination, led him by a suit of clothes to his ruin. How erroneously did the thoughts stray, and how irregular and tempestuous are the passions, when the seat of sense and judgment is ever so little dislocated, or when the cool, calm dictates of the Christian religion are thrown aside or trampled upon. The printed account continues to say that his lordship asked the sheriff if he had ever seen so great a concourse of people before, and upon his answering that he had not, I suppose, said his lordship, it is because they never saw a lord hanged before. It is certain that no lord within the memory of the present age had undergone the same catastrophe as was allotted to Earl Ferrers. The execution of noblemen, during a great length of time, had been always performed by beheading, sometimes within the Tower gates, sometimes upon Tower Hill. In the reign of Queen Mary I, a lord was hanged at Salisbury. One peer only had ever preceded Lord Ferrers at Tyburn, and as he was executed above 400 years ago, his lordship was almost forgotten, although very particularly mentioned by most, if not all, of our English historians. They inform us that Roger Mortimer, Earl of March, was treated with the utmost rigor. His impeachment, says Rapin, was brought before the Parliament. By the expression, brought before the Parliament, I presume the author means that the Commons had brought up an impeachment against him to the bar of the House of Lords. The Earl of March's crimes had long been so notorious and arbitrary that he was condemned to die without any evidence being called to witness against him. It must have appeared, therefore, that the articles of his impeachment were universally known and acknowledged to be true, and the weight of them supplied every other evidence that could be wanted. How different were those times from these! Now, the meanest subject in the kingdom knows that when he is tried for his life, he cannot be tried but by the strictest, the fairest, and the minutest rules of equity, law, and justice. Then the highest peer in the realm might be hurried and persecuted to his death, without any other legal authority than the outcry of the people, and the violence of an enraged Parliament. Roger Mortimer, Earl of March, was hanged on the common gallows at Tyburn, November 29, 1330, in the reign of Edward III. The place of execution was then called Elms. His body continued hanging 2 days and 2 nights, a spectacle probably intended for the populace, who had justly held him in the utmost degree of abhorrence. As the unfortunate Earl Ferrers has not only paid the debt of nature, but of the law, humanity ought to dispose us to believe his lordship's asseveration, that he had not entertained the least malice against Mr. Johnson, whom he murdered. The reasons which he gave support his lordship's assertion. "I was," said the Earl, "under particular circumstances. I had met with so many crosses and vexations that I scarce knew what I did. Where vexations and disappointments, joined to a lunatic disposition, affect the mind, they often pervert the temper, from cheerfulness to melancholy, from freedom to suspicions, from calmness to rage, acrimony and revenge. The blood becomes black and bilious, strange thoughts arise, continual uneasiness succeeds, rash actions follow, cruelties, murders, and suicide. Ah, wretched humankind, more wretched than the beasts of the field, more despicable than the reptiles of the earth, if deprived of reason, subject to lunacy, and visited by returning fits of madness." Here let me close the scene and only add that Earl Ferrers died a Christian without knowing that he was such. He devoutly repeated the Lord's Prayer, and his last words to the executioner were, "I freely forgive you, as I do all mankind, and hope myself to be forgiven." He would have died a hero had he expired in a virtuous cause, for, according to the sheriff's paper, from the time of his lordship's ascending the scaffold until his execution, his countenance did not change nor his tongue falter. The prospect of death did not at all shake the composure of his mind. I am, madam, your most humble servant, A.B. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Essay on the Original Inhabitants of Great Britain, continued. From this time may be dated the subjection of our island to the Roman emperors, or, more properly perhaps, to their legates and propraetors. It is true that the greater part of the island yet remained unconquered, but the defeat of Caractacus and the constant torrent of success with which the Romans bore down all who resisted them had at least struck a universal consternation, if not a terror, throughout the whole nation. The aversion which every British prince bore to his neighbors was often greater than the love which he bore to his country, the passion of hatred being in general more violent and of longer duration than the passion of love. Thus Carus Mantua betrayed Caractacus, not so much for the motives of fear or treachery, as from a desire of gaining the protection and assistance of the Romans against her husband Venusius and his whole family, whom she held in the utmost detestation. The behavior of Caractacus at Rome, when led in triumph and as a public spectacle, was truly great. He appeared before the emperor with a decent, manly, composed countenance, and if we are to believe Cornelius Tacitus, he made a speech to this purpose: "If in my prosperity the moderation of my conduct had been equivalent to my birth and fortune, I should have come into this city, not as a captive, but as a friend. Nor would you, Caesar, have disdained to have entered into an alliance with a man born of illustrious ancestors, and powerful in the command of many colonies. My present fate is to me dishonorable, to you magnificently glorious. I once had horses, I once had men, I once had arms, once had riches. Can you wonder if I have lost all these unwillingly? Although, as Romans, you may aim at the conquest of all mankind, it does not follow that all mankind must submit to be your slaves. If I had immediately yielded without resistance, neither the perverseness of my fortune nor the glory of your triumph had been so remarkable. Punish me with death, and I shall be forgotten. Suffer me to live, and I shall remain an eternal example of your clemency. Much struck and awakened by the appearance of such a prisoner, the emperor ordered the chains of Caractacus and his family to be taken off, and Agrippina, who was more than an equal associate in the empire, not only received the captive Britons with great marks of kindness and compassion, but confirmed to them the enjoyment of their present liberty. During the remainder of Claudius Caesar's reign, the Romans and the Britons went on in the same offensive and defensive manner, which they had practiced for some years past. Skirmish succeeded skirmish. The victories were alternate, but the advantages were generally more on the Roman than on the British side. Nero, the son of Agrippina, by her second husband, Caius Domitius Anarbarbus, succeeded Claudius and ascended the imperial throne. In the beginning of Nero's reign, the government of our island was conducted in the same track that had been pursued for some years past. Legate was sent after legate. Procurator followed procurator, and as the wealth of the island increased, each governor became more tyrannical and rapacious. At the landing of the first Caesar, the Britons were a people without riches, without commerce, without agriculture. At the accession of Nero, they were sufficiently rich to pay the tributes imposed upon them by the Romans. Their present opulency arose from the number of their herds, from their experience in agriculture, and from the produce of their wool. Their herds of cattle were always numerous, and are mentioned as such by Susa. Their improvements in agriculture were acquired by their intercourse with the continent, and their wool was reckoned of so fine a texture that it was much esteemed and sought after by foreigners. Our wool remains in the same degree of repute at this day. From the defeat of Caractacus, the Britons were no longer looked upon as allies, but as tributary provincials to the Empire of Rome. They were permitted, indeed, in all controversies and rights, as were purely relative to themselves, to be determined by their own laws, and to be governed by their own princes, but in all public assessments, in levies for the army, and in many other instances, both the princes and the people, as far as the Roman arms had yet prevailed in the island, were equally subject to their conquerors. Their situation was particularly unhappy under Nero's government. The vices of that emperor soon grew to such a height that the riches of the whole earth were insufficient to answer his demands. Every kingdom, every province in the world was taxed with great vigor. But the taxations imposed upon the Britons were more sensibly grievous and oppressive. Their state of bondage grew so very intolerable that in the 5th year of Nero's reign, the Iceni, whose queen Boudica and her 2 daughters had been treated in a most vicious, cruel, and ignominious manner, resolved to rise up in arms against the Romans. The Iceni were joined by the Trinobantes, and both these colonies put themselves under the command of the injured and outrageous Boudica. Dio and Tacitus make the British army amount to an incredible number. There is no doubt that their forces were more numerous than had ever yet been assembled in Britain, and they judiciously chose to make this bold effort for their laws and liberty at a time when Paulinus Suetonius, the Roman governor of Britain, was engaged in an attempt upon Mona and had withdrawn all his forces into that island. Boudica and her army were, at first, successful, but alas, how very intoxicating qualities have success. The British heroine and her followers threw aside every sentiment of compassion and became more inhumanly savage than their ancestors in the time of Julius Caesar. Their actions, as related by Dion Cassius, are too shocking to be related. Let us pass over them in silence, and if possible, bury them in eternal oblivion. Paulinus Suetonius, upon the alarm of such a sudden and extraordinary insurrection, re-embarked his troops, and without the least loss of time marched to London, which was then only inhabited by merchants, but, as Tacitus informs us, was a city remarkably well supplied with all kinds of provisions. Suetonius pressed forward with unwearied expedition, fully resolved to take the earliest opportunity of forcing the enemy to a general battle. The exact spot where the battle was fought is not known, but we are told that Suetonius, by choosing a very advantageous piece of ground, and by drawing up his men with all the military conduct of an experienced commander, gained so complete a victory that Tacitus equals it to any of the glorious conquests obtained by the ancient Romans. Boudica, as Dio represents her, was of a majestic presence, of a masculine countenance, tall in stature, with yellow hair. This unfortunate Thalestris seems to have been a woman of a most intrepid spirit, and of a peculiar pride and fierceness, amounting even to barbarity. It is certain that she had received great injuries, such as might have provoked a milder disposition, but she had shown herself so utterly void of pity, and had put in practice such cruelties against the Romans, that she drew upon her own subjects in some degree an equal portion of revenge. Not a Briton received quarter, not even the women who had attended their husbands to the battle. Boudica could not bear the thoughts of submission. As soon as the victory was determined, she put an end to her life by poison, and this, I believe, was the first instance in which the Romans saw themselves imitated in suicide by a Briton. Would to God it had been the last. The Britons were now again subjected to the government, the disposal and the tyranny of Rome. They remained so during the reign of Nero without any material alteration, except the unhappy consequence taken notice of by Tacitus, who in his Life of Agricola says, "Even these barbarians began to relish now the softness of vice." What a bewitching power must luxury possess when it becomes too mighty, not only for the greatest fortitude, but the greatest fierceness of mind? The Roman emperors who alternatively succeeded Nero were Galba, Otho, and Vitellius. Their reigns were short, and during that space of time scarce any alteration happened in the government of Britain. To Vespasian and his son Titus was reserved the glory of making a greater progress towards the entire conquest of the whole island than had been hitherto made by any of his predecessors. Wise princes choose wise ministers. Vespasian appointed Batillus Cerealis, Julius Frontinus, and Gnaeus Julius Agricola, successively, to the government of Britain. They were three Romans of remarkable eminence in dignity and reputation. The character of Agricola is drawn by his son-in-law, Cornelius Tacitus. It is the most masterly performance of that historian's pencil. The picture is painted in the liveliest and the strongest colors. The attitudes are beautiful, and the outlines are just. Agricola resided near 8 years in Britain. He was established in that government by 3 successive emperors, Vespasian and his 2 sons, Titus and Domitian. The political conduct of Agricola was not in the least inferior to his military prowess. He found the Britons already yielding to the temptations of luxury. He artfully increased those temptations. He introduced the sciences of eloquence and architecture, and the islanders were so enchanted by the manners and customs of their enemies that they not only applied themselves to learn the Roman language, but many of them even wore the Roman dress. It was a fortunate circumstance to Agricola that in the very earliest part of his life He had served in Britain under the command of some of the most eminent Roman governors, particularly Paulinus Suetonius and Petullius Cerealis, by both of whom he was personally esteemed and distinguished. Nor was it less fortunate that he had dedicated that part of his youth to speculative knowledge and had diligently studied the genius and disposition of our forefathers. He had already observed from experience that the Britons were much more difficult to be forced than to be induced to yield. Generosity drew them into friendship and compliance. Severity drove them into obstinacy and rebellion. They were extremely apt to imbibe and to imitate the manners of foreign nations. Those who were nearest to Gaul assumed the Gallic fashions and behavior, and as the Romans were still a politer people, their national customs and elegancies were again more acceptable to the Britons, so that in some few years after Agricola's arrival as governor, he had the pride and satisfaction of seeing the Roman porticos, their paths and other buildings of magnificence, imitated and in a manner transferred into various parts of Britain. Tacitus makes a very true observation upon these improvements. He says, "The ignorant looked upon this as the beginning of humanity. The wise knew it to be one of the chief roots of slavery." But Agricola was by no means absolutely devoted to the arts of peace. He made use of policy only at those seasons and in those places where he could not exert his military conduct. He knew that the natural fierceness of the nation was too great and too universal to be entirely reduced by any arts but arms. He began, although he had landed very late in the summer, by conquering the Ordovices, and, as he remembered them, a perverse, mutinous, ungovernable people. He almost destroyed the whole colony, and then proceeded to Mona, with a resolution fully to complete the conquest of that island. This was a work which had been intended by Paulinus Suetonius, but it was left unfinished upon account of Boudicca's insurrection. Mona was originally inhabited by the Druids, and consequently was held in a most idolatrous veneration by the rest of the Britons. It is separated from the greater island by a very narrow channel. Suetonius had invaded it with some degree of success. He had landed his soldiers in flat-bottomed boats, and had utterly destroyed the temples, groves, and other places of worship, which the Druids had dedicated to religious murders and to sacrifices of human victims. These holy seers, who, unfortunately for mankind, professed the art of divination, consulted the mysterious decrees of heaven from the entrails of such ill-fated strangers who by shipwreck or any other accident had been thrown upon their island, and from these impious rites the British nation in general was characterized as cruelly inhospitable to strangers. The reduction of Mona was no very difficult task. The Roman soldiers swam over the river Main, a sight that struck such terror into the inhabitants that they surrendered the island without the least attempt towards an opposition. The winter was employed by Agricola in an administration of justice throughout the several provinces which he had conquered. He began by a strict reformation in his own household and dependence. He proceeded to as strict a disquisition into the conduct and discipline of the army. He excused faults, but he never failed to punish crimes. He was severe, but he was not cruel. He rather required than exacted taxes. He regulated the inequality of assessments, and by preventing all kinds of corruption, he suffered no iniquitous impositions to take place. He chose the obedience flowing from devotion, not the submission arising from fear. In veneration of such virtues, a real attachment to his person, and a humble imitation of his conduct universally prevailed. His common soldiers became modest and regular, his chief officers generous and humane. The Britons found themselves happy under his government. He was their master, not their tyrant, and they so far complied with his private advice and encouragement, especially as he pretended no command of their particular economy, that they began, as has already been hinted, to build houses, erect temples, and exhibit various edifices of public resort. The winter and the spring passed in works of this kind. Early in the summer, Agricola took the field. He made a further progress into the island than had been attempted by any of his predecessors. He marched northward and conquered the Brigantians and Odentini. When he returned to his winter quarters, he resumed his former plan of politics and endeavored to reconcile the ancient Britons, not only to the laws, the interest, and the power of the Roman Empire, but to the several refinements which the Romans had made in the more polite, or in truth, the more luxurious branches of their state. The ensuing summer produced fresh laurels to Agricola. He penetrated into Scotland, and he advanced as far as the Frith of Jay. In his march he did not meet with any opposition, but was so entirely unmolested that he had sufficient leisure to build forts in the most advantageous situations. Tacitus says that not one of the forts which had been erected by Agricola was ever taken, surrendered, or abandoned to the enemy. Such was the strength and perfection of these buildings. The 4th year of Agricola's government and the last of the reign of Titus was passed in securing from invasions the most southern parts of Scotland, or what we may call the most northern parts of England. The 5th summer was employed differently from any of the former. Agricola set sail with his army, not so much with an intention of conquering new nations, as of viewing the coasts and ports of Scotland, and of visiting the several little islands that lie dispersed in the Atlantic and Caledonian seas. In this expedition he had a view of Ireland, an island, says Tacitus, which in the soil and temperature of the air, and in the dispositions and fashions of the people, bears a near resemblance to Britain. Agricola looked upon the conquest of Ireland as a step of importance to the Roman Empire. He represented it as such in his letters to Rome, and he positively intended a future descent upon that kingdom. But all his great designs were frustrated. Domitian reigned. The remaining years of Agricola's government were passed very much in the same manner with the former. Skirmishes by land and expeditions by sea in summer, buildings and administration of justice during the other seasons. In most places, as soon as Agricola appeared, he conquered. His reputation and his high name seem to have been as effectual as his arms, and indeed the records of history have scarce produced a greater man. Domitian was of a most envious, suspicious temper. He grew jealous of his proprietor's character, but the timidity and hypocrisy of his nature hindered him from an open or an immediate declaration of his spleen. He suffered Agricola to hold the government till the year of Rome 837, and then he appointed Seleucus Lucilius governor in his stead. In this place our history becomes very obscure. The anecdotes of the state are almost as fabulous as the anecdotes of the church, but as we may be tolerably certain of the exact bounds of the Roman conquest in England and Scotland, they are a point worthy of remembrance. A line or wall of fortifications was constructed by Agricola from the mouth of the River Forth to the mouth of the River Clyde. The several colonies on the south of that line had been entirely subdued and were within the Roman Pale. All the land beyond that line remained in a state of freedom and was called Caledonia. Domitian died in the year of Rome 848. He was last of the family of Vespasian, and of that set of emperors who are looked upon as most nearly allied in affinity to Julius Caesar. It is scarce worthwhile to take a retrospective of our ancestors at this particular period. The space of time, indeed, since the first invasion by the Romans, amounts to near a century and a half, but the improvements of the Britons in literature are by no means equal to that interval. Their chief, and perhaps their only characteristic, was courage. Tacitus, indeed, lets drop one sentence that seems to reflect some little degree of honor upon the genius of the natives. He says, Agricola took care that the young British princes should be instructed in the liberal sciences, and in his own opinion, he preferred the natural faculties of the Britons to the acquired studies of the Gauls, as the former were now earnestly desirous to learn the art of eloquence, although they had lately shown a dislike to the Roman language. Or in other words, the Britons had long since wished to be taught, but till now they had detested their teachers. A thirst of knowledge is always reputed commendable. At least we are sure it is natural. But if we reject prejudice and speak truth, must not we own that the arts and sciences are so many leading avenues to luxury? They instruct and they delight, but they soften and they enervate. They cannot conquer the causes of vice. They can only disguise the effects. Nay, even if we suppose that they triumph over some passions, are they not apt to raise others of a worse tendency? Inquire into the original inhabitants of any nation. The inhabitants will be constantly and truly represented as courageous and indefatigable, because they were bred in woods and accustomed to hardships. As soon as they were brought into cities, as soon as they had tasted pleasures, their alertness languished and their courage melted away. This was the fate of the ancient Britons. Agricola had sagaciously observed the errors of his predecessors, and he was determined to win his enemies by methods which no other governor had pursued. He recollected the fable of the traveler who, while the wind blustered and blew violently, kept on his cloak in defiance of Boreas. But when the sun appeared, when he felt the rays of Phoebus, he not only threw aside his cloak, but as the heat increased, divested himself of every other garment. The successes of Agricola acted the part of Boreas. They were stormy and boisterous, but not successful. They afforded no sunshine. The Caledonians, a brave and an unconquered people, lost no opportunities of driving back the Romans into the more southern parts of Britain. They were led on by Galcacus, who was a North Briton of great valor and of high birth. He had made a considerable resistance even against Agricola. It is a record forever to the honor of the Caledonians that they were not in the least infected by the contagious habits which had been introduced into South Britain. Their bravery was undaunted, and their manners were uncorrupted. The force of numbers had lately compelled them to take refuge amidst the Grampian mountains. But as soon as Agricola was departed, they came forward in all their native valor, and by their example and encouragement animated the Britons to resume the spirit of their ancestors, and to join in the common cause of extirpating the Romans out of the kingdom. To execute so great a work could only be the effect of time. Roman colonies had been planted, intermarriages had been made, fortresses had been built, and what was the greatest impediment? Luxury had been established as so many preventive bulwarks against all essays of liberty and national prerogative. Yet if we can gather any degree of truth from the slight and incongruous accounts of these times, the Britons and the Caledonians, during the reigns of Nerva and Trajan, had made some important effects towards the principal design for which they had associated. Their progress, if we may believe the Scotch historians, was considerable, and they must soon have freed themselves from the Roman yoke, if the Emperor Adrian had not come over in person. The Roman general, Lucius Antonius, had been dangerously wounded, and his troops had been repulsed in a battle against the Caledonians. This was a circumstance of sufficient consequence to hasten Adrian to England, but neither the exact time of his arrival nor his military actions in the island can by any means be ascertained. 2 medals of this emperor appear to be strong evidences that he reduced the Britons to obedience. On the reverse of one of the medals is inscribed Britannicus. On the reverse of the other, Restitutor Britanniae. During the reigns of the successive emperors Antonius Pius, M. Aurelius, Commodus, Pertinax, and Didius Julianus, the few circumstances which are relative to Britain differ only in names, as they are sometimes called battles, sometimes skirmishes, sometimes inroads, sometimes invasions. They may be said to continue the chain of the history, but it is an iron chain, continued by wisps of straw. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. To the author of The Ladies' Museum. Madam, you are receiving and publishing the letters of other people, when without foreign assistance your museum would be much more to the pleasure of your readers, shews that you resemble your predecessor, Mr. Bickerstaff, no less in candour than in wit, and now occasions this address to you from an old maid, owes who no other favour to fortune than a noble birth, which, as it happens, many years ago, entitled me to a good education, and produced me an agreeable reception for certain periods of time among many families of my great relations. Here, as it was safest, I always preserved the character of a spectator only in all domestic occurrences. This has enabled me to judge a little to what effect the first principles, either inculcated in young maids or taken up by them, have upon their manners and conduct in maturer years. The letter in the month of May, signed W.M., after affirming that all women, and, for aught he knows, all men, think grandeur and happiness synonymous terms, remarks with more justice that the polite accomplishments are too promiscuously aimed at by all degrees of people for their daughters, but does not assign, in my humble opinion, the real and more material reasons against it, but turns back to his first proposition and displays the wide difference there is between riches, power, and titles, and heartfelt satisfaction, where I shall leave him at free liberty to gather as many flowers as he pleases out of so well stocked a garden as he has chosen to walk in, and only make some additional observations on the education of young ladies. It has been my misfortune to see quite the reverse of what that gentleman complains of. Not insignificant girls taught too much, but great ladies taught too little. When I was about 35, my cousin German, the Countess of Blank, desired me to come and pass a year with her, in which she proposed going to Spa, and as her daughters were too young, she said, to be any amusement to her, she would leave them behind her. My situation in life and inclinations for travelling made me very readily accept her offer, and I took leave of my good aunt, Mrs. Ashgrove, who was almost as much delighted as myself with what she saw pleased, and hoped might be of service to me. When I came to town, I was very much surprised to see two fine girls, the one about 12, the other 10, that did not open their mouths before their mother, and, as I soon found, very seldom saw her. My cousin was a very fine lady, dressed perfectly well, and gave the most elegant entertainments. She frequented the drawing-room every court day, and generally preceded 2 assemblies by a play or opera in the evening. My day was far advanced before hers began, who gave me an opportunity to see more of my young relations than she did. I observed that they had about them a very ordinary Swiss woman, who was called their French governess. She treated them with insolence and taught them a jargon nobody else could understand. Their only reading was the newspapers, when the upper servants had done with them. As for writing or dancing, it was thought that they were too young, and that their acquaintance with any of their own rank would only make them impatient and wish for more liberty than their mother cared to give them. On talking to them, I found they did not want understanding, but was so perverted with the knowledge of their birth and feeling of their slavery that they were continually insulting or insulted by the domestics they were obliged to converse with. The eldest had a great spirit, and was always saying that when she married she would keep her servants in subjection, and no person should dare, though ever so great, to be impertinent to her. She always listened with great relish to any reflections made on her mother's conduct, in regard to the neglect of her children, which, to flatter the young ladies, the lower people would sometimes throw out, and treasured up a sufficient quantity of disobedience and contempt for her parents, whenever she should have an opportunity of shewing it. The youngest was of a gentler nature. She submitted to her fate, and made court to her mother's woman, whenever she wanted or wished for a new cap or a new coat, and to the groom of the chambers for lemonade and cakes, on those assembly nights which she spent above stairs. I could not but grieve to see two creatures that might have been the blessing of the Countess's declining years, merely by her own fault, give such dreadful indications of proving the contrary. I endeavored all I could to persuade her to carry them with us to Spa, which I knew would break through their present coarse life and force her to grow a little more acquainted with them, and they to be more informed what behavior suited them, but it was all in vain. They were awkward, hoiding things, she said, and so young, there was no making anything of them. Some years after, I heard that the eldest, being left at her country seat, while he and her mother made a visit to a distant country, had run away with and married an officer that came to raise recruits in the neighborhood, and the younger had the next year a child by the butler. Now, madam, is it not obvious to you, I'm sure it was to me, that had both been better taught, better they would have acted? I must add, this gay, this accomplished woman had both a sense of humor and chastity, and in a few weeks after the last misfortune I mention happened in the family, died of a broken heart. Oh, had she had religion enough to have taught it to her daughters, both by example and precept, might they not have repaid her tenfold in gratitude and filial love? Had they learned their own and others' languages in proper books, how delightfully might their time have been employed in reading the stories of all ages and countries, where truth and propriety of conduct is proved to be our only happiness, and vice and folly, however long they totter on, are sure to fall, from whence they never can emerge again. Had she introduced them properly into the world, and given them the accomplishments suitable to the figure they ought to have made in it, might she not, like my Lady Harvest, to whom I have the honor to stand in the same relation, have lived in continual thankfulness to the Almighty for preserving her to find a new spring of joy revive in the autumn of her days, by seeing her children practice the prudent and tender virtues of a wife and mother, fill the station of great ladies with dignity in themselves, obliging and entertaining conversation with their equals, kind and generous offices, without affected condescension, to their less prosperous acquaintance, humanity to their servants, and universal benevolence to all their fellow creatures. Believe me, 'tis not ignorance but knowledge that produces these characters in life. I am, madam, your sincere admirer and humble servant, Agnes Woodbine. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elsie Selwyn. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The following treatise on the education of daughters is written by the celebrated Archbishop of Cambray and translated by a friend of the author of the museum. Treatise on the Education of Daughters. Chapter 1 of the Importance of the Education of Daughters. Nothing is more neglected than the education of daughters. Custom and the caprice of mothers are for the most part absolutely decisive on that point. It is taken for granted that a very little instruction is sufficient for the sex, whereas the education of sons is looked upon as of principal concern to the public. And although there is scarce less mismanagement in this than in the bringing up of daughters, nevertheless people are fully persuaded that no small degree of discernment is requisite to ensure success. How many masters do we see? How many colleges? What expense for impressions of books, for researches into the sciences, methods of learning languages, and choice of professors? All these grand preparations have frequently more show than solidity. However, they indicate the high notion people have of the education of boys. As for girls, say they, what necessity is there for them to be scholars? Curiosity makes them vain and conceited. It is sufficient they learn in time how to govern their families and to submit to their husbands without debate. And here they are ready to produce a number of known instances of women grown ridiculous by pretense to scholarship. After this, they think themselves justified in blindly abandoning girls to the management of ignorant and indiscreet mothers. It is true we ought to be very cautious of making pedantic ladies. Women, for the most part, have less strength of understanding than men, but more curiosity. Wherefore, it is not proper to engage them in studies likely to disturb their heads. It is not for them to govern the state, direct the operations of war, or to interfere in the administration of religious affairs. Thus they may stand excused from those extensive articles of knowledge relative to politics, the art military, jurisprudence, theology. Even the far greater of the mechanic arts are not suitable to them. They are formed for gentler occupations. Their bodies, as their understanding, are less vigorous, less robust than those of men. But nature in compensation has appropriated to them industry, neatness, and economy, and hence arises their taste for the calm duties of domestic life. But what are we to conclude from the natural weakness of women? The weaker they are, of the greater moment it is to give them strength. Have they not duties to fulfill, nay, duties on which the life of society depends? Is it not by them that families are ruined or upheld? They who have the regulation of the whole train of domestic affairs, who have a general influence upon manners, and by consequence the sway and what most nearly affects all mankind? A woman of judgment, application, and real piety is the soul of a whole great family. She inspires that order, that prudence, and purity of manners which secure happiness here and hereafter. It is not in the power of men, though vested with all public authority by their deliberations, to make any establishments effectually good, unless women are aiding in the execution. The world is not a phantom. It is an assemblage of families, and who can adjust the government of them with more exactness than the women? They, besides their natural authority and assiduity in their houses, have the further advantage of being born careful, minutely attentive, industrious, insinuating, and persuasive. As for mankind, where else must they look for the comforts of life, if marriage, that closest of all alliances, shall be converted into bitterness? And children, who in their turn will be called mankind, what will become of them, if spoiled by their mothers from their infancy? Observe the parts women have to act. They are not of less moment than those of the men, insomuch as they have a house to regulate, a husband to make happy, children to bring up well. Add that public virtue is no less necessary for the women than for the men. Without insisting on the good or evil import they may be of to the world, they are half of the human species redeemed by the blood of Jesus Christ and destined to life eternal. Finally, to omit the good influence of women well brought up, let us consider the evils they are productive of in defect of an education inspiring them with virtue. It is certain this defect in them is more mischievous than in men, because the irregularities of men frequently proceed from the bad education they have imbibed from their mothers, and from those passions other women have inspired them with in their riper years. What intrigues does history present to our view? What subversion of laws and morals? What bloody wars, innovations of religion, revolutions of state, all caused by the vices of women. These are proofs of the importance of a good education for girls. Let us next consider the means. To be continued. End of section 33. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
Section 34, The Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The History of the Count de COMMINGE continued. I passed the night in the utmost agitation, and after having formed 1,000 different projects, all equally fruitless and impracticable, it came suddenly into my mind to burn the writings which were still in my possession, those now hated writings that proved our claim to the estates of the family of Lucerne. I was astonished that I had not hit upon this expedient sooner, since it was the most effectual method I could take to put an end to a suit, the consequence of which I had so much dreaded. It was not impossible, but my father, who had proceeded very far, might be induced to terminate the affair amicably by my marriage with Adelaida. But although there should be no foundation for so pleasing a hope, yet I could not consent to furnish arms against what I loved. I reproached myself for having so long kept papers in my possession, which ought to have been sooner sacrificed to my tenderness. The reflection of the injury I did my father could not stop me a moment from the execution of this design. This estate was entailed upon me, and I inherited one left me by my mother's brother, which I could resign to him to procure his pardon, and which was much more considerable than that I was the cause of his losing. There needed no more argument to convince a man in love, and already determined, I went instantly to my closet for the little box which contained these papers. Never had I, in my whole life, experienced so happy a moment as that in which I committed them to the flames. I was transported into rapture at the thoughts of so effectually serving the object of my passion. If she loves me, said I, she shall one day know the sacrifice I have made for her. But if I am not so happy as to touch her heart, she shall always remain in ignorance of it. Why should I make her sensible of an obligation she would be sorry to owe to me? I would have Adelaida love me, but I would not have her think herself indebted to me. I confess, however, that after this action, I found myself emboldened to declare my sentiments to her, and the freedom with which I visited at her mother's gave me an opportunity that very day. I am going to leave you, charming Adelaida, said I. Will you have the goodness to think sometimes of a man whose happiness or whose misery you only can make? I had not power to go on. She seemed alarmed and confused. I thought also that I saw grief in her eyes. You have heard me, resumed I, trembling. Give me some answer. I implore it of your compassion. Speak one word to me. What would you have me say to you? Replied she with visible emotion. I ought not to have heard you, and still less ought I to answer you. Scarce did she give herself time to pronounce these words. She left me so suddenly. I stayed the rest of the day there, but I found it impossible again to speak to her alone. She avoided me carefully. She had an air of perplexity and confusion. How lovely did she appear to me with that perplexed air, and that sweet, innocent confusion. My respect for her was equal to my love. I could not look on her without trembling. I dreaded lest my presumption had made her repent of her goodness towards me. I should longer have observed a conduct so conformable to my respect for her, and to the delicacy of my own sentiments, if the necessity I was under of leaving her had not forced me to speak. I was willing to tell Adelaide my true name before I went away, but I dreaded this declaration even more than my former. I perceive you avoid me, madam, I said to her. Alas, what will you do when you know all my crimes, or rather my misfortunes? I have imposed upon you by a false name. I am not the person you think me. I am, pursued I, trembling with the violence of my apprehensions, the son of the Countess COMMINGE. The son of the Countess COMMINGE, cried Adelaide, with astonishment and grief in her face. Our enemy, our persecutor. Do not you and your father urge the ruin of mine? Oh, do not wound me with so cruel a thought, interrupted I, tears in spite of myself, streaming from my eyes. In me, charming Adelaide, you behold a lover ready to sacrifice all for you. My father will never injure yours. My love secures him in your interest. But why, replied Adelaide, recovering from her surprise, why have you deceived me? Why did you conceal your true name? Had I known it, pursued she, softly sighing, it would have warned me to fly from you. Oh, do not, madam, said I, taking her hand, which I forcibly kissed. Do not repent of your goodness towards me. Leave me, said she, withdrawing her hand. The more I see you, the more inevitable I render those misfortunes I too justly apprehend. The latent meaning of these words filled me with a transport that suffered nothing but hope to appear. I flattered myself that I should be able to render my father favorable to my passion. This belief so wholly possessed me that I thought everyone should think as I did. I spoke to Adelaide of my projects, like one who is secure of success. I know not, said she with a melancholy air, why my heart refuses to yield to the hopes you endeavor to inspire. I foresee nothing but misery in the course of this affair, yet I find a pleasure in feeling what I do for you. I have not hid my sentiments from you. I am willing you should know them, but remember that if there is a necessity for it, I am capable of sacrificing them to my duty. I had several conversations with Adelaide before my departure, and always found new cause to congratulate myself on my good fortune. The pleasure of loving and knowing that I was beloved filled my whole heart. No suspicion, no fear for the future could disturb the tender softness of our interviews. We were secure of each other's affection, because esteem was the basis of it, and this certainty, far from diminishing the ardor of our passion, added to it all the sweets of hope and all the charms of confidence. I should die with grief, said she to me, if I bring upon you the displeasure of your father. I would have you love me, but oh, I would rather have you happy. I parted from her at length, full of the most tender and most ardent passion that ever man felt, and my whole soul intent upon the design of rendering my father favorable to it. In the meantime, he was informed of everything that had passed at the baths. The servant whom he had put about me had secret orders to observe my conduct. This man had left him ignorant of nothing, neither of my love nor my quarrel with the Chevalier de Saint-Audin. Unfortunately, the Chevalier was the only son of one of my father's most intimate friends. This circumstance, and the danger to which he was reduced by his wound, turned everything against me. The servant who had given him such exact informations represented me to be much happier than I was. He described Madame and Mademoiselle de Lausanne as full of artifice and design, as having always known me for the Count of COMMINGE, and had spared no pains to seduce me. Thus prejudiced, my father, naturally severe and passionate, treated me at my return with great harshness. He reproached me with my passion, as with a crime of the blackest dye. "You have been base enough," said he to me, "to love my enemies, and without reflecting what you owed either to me or to yourself. You have entered into engagements with those I hate, and I know not," added he, "whether you have not done something still more worthy of my resentment." "Yes, sir," answered I, throwing myself at his feet. "I am guilty, I confess, but I am so in spite of myself. At this very moment, when I implore your pardon, I feel that no power on earth can tear from my heart that passion which offends you. Have pity on me, and oh, suffer me to say it. Have pity on yourself. Put an end to that hatred which disturbs the tranquility of your life. The tenderness which the daughter of Monsieur de Lausanne and I felt for each other at first sight seems a warning from heaven to you. Alas, my dear father, you have no other child but me. Would you make me miserable and load me with misfortunes, so much the more unsupportable as they will come from a hand I must ever love and revere? Suffer yourself, my dear father, to be softened into forgiveness of a son, who has offended you only by a fatality for which he could not be answerable." My father, who had suffered me to continue kneeling during the whole time I was speaking to him, looked on me for a moment with mingled scorn and indignation. "I have," said he, "heard you with a patience I am myself astonished at. I will still preserve composure enough to tell you what is the only favor you are to expect from me. You must renounce your ill-placed passion or the quality of my son. Take your choice, and this instant deliver me the writings you have in your custody. You are no longer worthy of my confidence." If my father had suffered himself to be moved by my supplications, the demand he made of the papers would have greatly distressed me, but his harshness gave me courage. "Those writings," said I, rising, "are no longer in my possession. I have burned them, but the estate I inherit of my uncle shall be yours. Instead of those they would have given you." I had scarce time to pronounce these few words. My father, mad with rage, drew his sword, and would doubtless have run me through, for I made not the least effort to avoid him, if my mother had not entered the room that instant and threw herself, half dead with terror, between us. "Ah, what would you do?" said she, gasping with the violence of her fears. "Is he not your son?" Then, forcing me out of the room, she ordered me to expect her to her own apartment. I waited there a long time before she appeared. She came at length. I had no longer rage, exclamation, and menaces to combat, but a tender mother, who entered into all my griefs, and entreated me with tears to have companion on the condition to which I had reduced her. "What, my son," said she to me, "shall a mistress, and a mistress whom you have known so short a time, be preferred to your mother? Alas, if your happiness depended upon me, I would sacrifice everything to secure it. But you have a father who will be obeyed. He is upon the point of taking the most violent resolutions against you. Oh, my son, if you would not make the miserable, suppress a passion that will render us all unhappy." I remained some moments silent. How difficult was it to resist such a plea, so tenderly urged by a mother for whom I had the highest filial affection. But love was still more powerful. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Philosophy for the Ladies continued. Of the metamorphoses of animals and the several changes observable in animal life. But the most complete, and at the same time the most universal of all these metamorphoses, is that wherein the animal appears in 4 several shapes, which is the case with much the greatest part of the winged inhabitants of the air of the insect tribe, some of which in their different states have been by turns tenants of earth, air, and water. Endless would it be to enumerate all the various genera of insects who undergo these changes. We shall therefore content ourselves, as in the last case, with only mentioning one of each sort, viz., of those whose origin is water, and of those whose rise is from the earth. Of the first, let the common gnat be taken for our example. This little delicate tender insect, which the gentlest touch will destroy, the least breath of wind waft upon its bosom, and the least drop of rain buries in its waves, yet first sees existence in that rough and turbulent element, the water. There it is the parent lays her egg, which is hatched by some means we can little comprehend, for heat can have no influence at the bottom of the water. Comes out a little groveling worm, minute and unobservable. Changing from this, however, it soon arises towards the surface of the water, where hanging suspended on an air bubble, no bad emblem of the general dependence of human affairs, it passes through 1,000 fluctuations, now hurried onwards by the rapid power of the tides, or the uncertain gust of winds varying at every moment, and now gliding smoothly on the calm, even surface of a glassy dream, till at length seizing on the happy moment for deliverance from this suspense, it drops the slough which now envelops it, and mounting into air quits and disdains alike its helpless state of infancy, and its precarious anxious situation when brought to somewhat more apparent ripeness. Reflect on this, O man, and think what art thou but a poor insect, crushed before the moth. As to the land metamorphosis of this completest kind, we need go no further to illustrate it than to that useful animal, the silkworm, as he is perhaps the most perfect of this class of insects. His first state is, as that of all others of his kind, the egg. From this he issues a small black maggot, which, after having shifted many various coats, and increased his bulk upwards of 1,000 times its original size, weaves out of his own bowels a silken monument in which he lies interred for a short space, and then sallies forth an elegant fly, complete in every part, and as different from the worm it sprung from as fire from earth, or any the most pure can be from the grossest being. In this most perfect state he ranges through creation, seems to be diverted even of necessities of nature, for in the fly state none of these creatures take any food, and in short appears to be transformed into a perfect sylph, destined to nothing but the perpetuating of its species, which being once insured, it resigns its life as no longer worth the preservation. To the first class of these changes may be referred every one of the gnat, midge, dragonfly, and ichneumon class, and to the latter all the fly, moth, and butterfly species. Were we to enter into particulars, the detail would be endless. This sketch, however, may suffice to turn the soul of man to a reflection on the vicissitude and fluctuation of his own state, and to remind him that after the alterations he meets with in his life, which only lead him to that state of insensibility that even the minutest seems obliged to pass through, ere it can reach its limited degree of perfection, there must be some final state superior to them all, and which, with him, has the advantage denied to these symbols of his happiness, that it shall last to all eternity. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The Natural History of the Formica-Leo, or LION-PISMIRE. Nature, who has with the utmost care allotted to every species of animals its peculiar place of residence and its peculiar kind of food, has also with equal wisdom furnished every individual with the means of rendering such habitation the most commodious and of procuring such food with the greatest ease. Numberless expedients, numberless stratagems, has she instructed even the minutest insects in, for the ensnaring and overpowering those animals which she has destined to be his prey. Of these, we shall in the course of this work relate many, of which, however, there are few more curious, and at the same time more simple, than that of the little animal which now falls under our consideration. The Formica-Leo, or LION-PISMIRE, is a very small insect, not much bigger than a large emmet, which, however, notwithstanding its name, bears no resemblance to the Pismire class, either in its figure or disposition. On the contrary, as the laborious ant ranges about everywhere with the greatest industry to find its food in the summertime and lay it up in storehouses for the winter, the animal we are speaking of keeps itself ever confined to a single spot, waiting with the most amazing degree of patience and perseverance for the supply of the present moment, as chance shall throw it in its way. Nay, even when that chance has so far favored him as to bring some devoted victim towards his cell, he, instead of advancing forwards to lay hold on it, constantly retires from it, as if he seemed to make it a point that the destruction of it should be entirely its own act or unavoidable misfortune. The form of the LION-PISMIRE is that represented in Figure 1 and 2 in the plate annexed to this work, of which the first represents the back and the other the belly, although both about 4 times as big as life. The body of it is of an annular texture, by which means the tail is rendered extremely pliable and apt for the use which we shall hereafter describe. It has 6 legs, placed as most insects are in the thorax. Its head is small and flat, and from the forepart of it 2 pretty long horns shoot out, and between them a pair of serrated of saw-like forceps, wherewith it destroys and tears to pieces those creatures which are unfortunate enough to fall within its reach. The horns are about the 1/6 part of an inch in length, and bend like hooks in the extremity. Towards their insertion appear 2 small eyes, very black and lively, and which are extremely serviceable to the creature, for he starts from the smallest objects he discovers. Other animals are furnished with wings, or feet at least, to render them expeditious in the pursuit of their prey. But this creature seems to make use of his legs for little more purpose than to bear him backwards from his prey, which, as we have before observed, must come to him. He is, however, provided with means of causing it to fall into the ambuscade he prepares for it. This is the only resource he has for subsistence, the only piece of skill that he is master of. That power, however, which has provided for everyone whatever may be needful, has rendered this one knowledge sufficient for all his purposes whilst in his terrestrial state. For this creature, as we shall farther relate, undergoes some of those metamorphoses which we have before given an account of. His method of obtaining food is then as follows. The place which he always chooses as fittest for the scene of action is a bed of dry sand, at the foot of a wall, or under some shelter where no rain can come at it, either to disconcert his work or prevent the effect of his operations, which could by no means answer their intended purpose, were they to be attempted either in a solid soil or in a moist sand, neither of which would be tractable to his tools or become serviceable to the completion of his design. He begins to work, then, by bending the hinder part of his body which tapers into a point, and then plunging it like a plowshare into the sand, which he throws up in his rear with a backward motion of his body, and thus by repeating his efforts and taking several rounds, he at last traces out a circular furrow, whose diameter always equals the depth which he intends to sink it. Near the edge of the first furrow, he opens a second and then a third, and so on to a great number, every one of which is smaller than the preceding one, sinking himself from time to time deeper and deeper in the sand, which he throws wide with his horns, still casting it up behind him with his rail, as with the spade, and by the repeated strokes of his head whirling it out of the circle, till he has completely formed his cell, which is a cavity in the form of an inverted cone, or the inside of a funnel. This cell is larger or smaller in proportion to the growth, and consequently to the size of the animal, but in a full-grown one is sometimes upward of 2 inches in diameter and as much in depth. When this loose and unstable fabric is thus finished, he forms his ambuscade in the center of it, concealing himself in such a manner under the sand that his horns form an exact circle round the central termination, or apex of the cone. In this situation, he remains entirely motionless, watching for his prey, which is composed of small insects of many kinds, more especially the female ant, who, being unprovided with wings, like the generality of insects, is less capable to escape when once he falls into the snare. Other animals, however, are far from being safe from the dexterity of this skillful hunter. Fatal is the moment in which anyone is so indiscreet as to venture near the edge of this precipice, which, descending in a steep slope, and that formed of a light, loose sand, immediately gives way, and hurries it down instantly to the center. But lest its own weight should not be sufficient to prevent its recovering a first false step, no sooner does our ambuscader perceive by the fall of some very few grains of sand that a prize is near, then, by shrinking back, he removes the lower sand, and undermining the more extreme parts, obliges the bank to break and roll down, bringing down with it, and at the same time overwhelming whatever happens to be near its verge. It sometimes, however, happens that the insect thus entrapped, being endowed with peculiar agility, or provided with wings, is able to rise above this first envelopment. In this case, the lion-pismire defeats its efforts by whirling a large quantity of sand into the air by means of its tail above the height of the rising animal. This falling again, in what to so tender a creature as a gnat, fly, or emmet, is equal to a dreadful shower of stones. The unfortunate insect beat down, overwhelmed by the tempest that pours down from every quarter, and hurried away by the instability of the sand, which rolls from under his feet, falls between the serrated forceps of his enemy, who, plunging them into his body, drags it under the land, and there triumphantly feasts on his thus devoted victim. This great end being brought about, an avaricious animal thus sated, with an ample meal sucked from the juices of his prey. His next care is to remove the carcass, lest the appearance of a dead body should alarm others, and give notice of the fatal and treacherous nature of this seemingly inoffensive cavern. He therefore extends his horns, and with a sudden spring tosses the light exuvium of the slain to at least half a foot beyond the borders of his trench. And in case his habitation should in the course of one of these exploits be any way disconcerted or filled up, if the aperture becomes too large for the depth, or the declivity loses its proper slope, he instantly sets himself to work and repairs the hole, rounding, deepening, and clearing the cavity with a most amazing expertness, which done, he again conceals himself in the sand, and waits in an apparent state of inactivity for whatever shall fall next into his snare. In the doing this, his patience and perseverance are so great, and nature has provided him with such abilities for abstinence, that he sometimes passes whole weeks, nay months, without motion, and what is still more surprising, without food itself. The lion-pismire hid at the bottom of his trench, and whirling the sand on an ant to prevent its regaining the bank, is represented in Figure 3. The lion-pismire, however, as I have observed before, does not pass his whole life under the form we have here described. He is to become a fly, but before he can undergo so great and extraordinary a metamorphosis, it is necessary that he should pass through a period of temporary death, for which state he prepares in the following manner, building to himself a secure and convenient tomb, wherein he lies decently inured till the appointed moment when he is to arise from his inactive state and become the inhabitant of another element. When the time comes for this resignation of his first life, he troubles himself no further about the order and form of his trench, but falls to work in the sand, striking out a great number of irregular tracks in it, with an eagerness that appears as if it was designed to throw him into a sweat. Be this as it will, it is certain that his body becomes at this time covered over with a viscous moisture, which, as he rolls himself about in the sand, wherein he plunges himself in every direction, fixes and unites all the grains he touches. With these sandy particles and the dried glue that consolidates them, he forms a crust which encompasses his whole body, like a little ball of 5 or 6/12 of an inch diameter. Vid. Figure 4. Within this ball, however, he reserves to himself a sufficient space to move about, and as a bare wall of sand would be too harsh and cold for him to remain happily in, he lines it throughout with a kind of silk tapestry of his own weaving, composed of threads formed from his bowels, of a beautiful pearl color, and infinitely surpassing in fineness that of the silkworm. Yet whilst it is thus commodiously and elegantly furnished with inside, the exterior still retains the same rugged and undesirable appearance, by which it escapes the notice of birds and other animals of prey, who might perhaps be tempted by a more alluring outside. In this situation he lives secluded from the world for 6 weeks or 2 months, and sometimes more, at the end of which period, nature having performed her secret work, he divests himself of his horns, paws, and skin. His spoils sink to the bottom of the ball, like a suit of cast-off clothing, and his figure is then that of the nympha, represented greatly magnified, and in 2 different directions, as Figure 5 and 6, when tearing away his tapestry and bursting his rocky enclosure. He comes out a perfect animal of the dragonfly kind, furnished with 4 large filmy wings, with which he quits the obscurity of his former state, becomes divested of his barbarity and subtle inclinations, as well as of his cumbersome weight, and in short appears entirely a new animal, as is shown in Figure 7. The animal before us, however, is not the only example of this kind of subtlety in the insect world. There has been discovered another creature, which, from the resemblance it has to the lion-pismire in the method of digging a trench for entrapping its prey, has been distinguished by the authors who have described it by the name of the vermis-leo, or lion worm. But as what we have said of the FORMICA-LEO will equally describe the method of this creature's procuring its food, we shall not trouble our readers with any further detail concerning it, but content ourselves with only presenting them a drawing of it at Figure 8 in the annexed copperplate, in which A and B represent the worm in its first state, C shews the nympha, or second period of its life, and D the form of the fly, or last transformation. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The Ladies' Geography, continued. Of the manners and customs of the inhabitants of Amboina. The men and women do not go together to these feasts, as there are apartments in their houses appropriated to each sex. These islanders having certain laws, which do not suffer all the relations of the husband to see his wife. The father, mother, and children of the same family may indeed feed together, but not the father with the daughter-in-law, or with his granddaughters when grown up, the mother with her son-in-law or grandsons, or the brother and sister-in-law together. Nay more, they are not even permitted to see each other when eating, and if a man surprises a woman in that situation, by accident, for by design, it never happens. He acquires a scandal which is not to be wiped away, but by the means of making her some considerable present. The reason of this custom with respect to relations is not easy to guess at, but as to the separation of the sexes in general, it may be supposed that jealousy, of which these people have a considerable share, must be the sole cause of it. One of the principal dishes which the Amboinians make use of in their feasts is a hog's head, with a lemon fixed between the jaws, and adorned with a number of flowers of a very beautiful red, called bougainvillea. This dish is always placed before those persons who stand in the highest estimation. The other parts of their pork is dressed in many different ways, but in every one of them with exceeding high and savory seasonings. If they have fish, the head is always presented to the king of the feast, who is himself, for that reason, called CAPELLO, or fish head, of which, when he has taken as much as he thinks proper, he distributes the remainder among those who sit near him. The turtle is one of their great delicacies, which they stew at a distance from the fire, without any other liquid than the juices of the animal, but they afterwards add to it a great quantity of seasoning. The cocoa, sago, and rice also, prepared in various methods, from several dishes in their entertainments, and of the two latter their bread is composed. They have great quantities of venison and wild fowl, of which they are very fond, as also of the bat, dressed after a particular manner. There is a kind of white worm which is found in the rotten wood of the sago tree, of about the length and thickness of the first joint of a man's thumb, which they roast on little skewers and eat very greedily, as they do also the wawos, or reddish worms we mentioned to be found on the sea-coast. These are to be met with in great abundance along the shore, especially in stony places, about the season of the April full moon. In the night-time they give a light like the glowworm, which seems to invite people to go in search of them, which they do, everyone laying in his stock at once, because they make their appearance only for about 3 or 4 days in the whole year. In these feasts, The victuals are ever dressed by the women, but they are always served in by men. The principal care of the master of the feast is that there may be no want of victuals. Every guest has one large vessel set before him, containing several little dishes which are filled with all kinds of food, and after he has eaten his fill of this allowance, the rest is carried home to his house by the servants. Their chief drink is spring water, or the milk of the coconut. By way of wine, they make use of the towak or sin, which is extracted from a tree of that name, and the sagawir, which distills from another, and has nearly the taste of wormwood wine. Their stronger liquors are the rack and brom made from rice, and 2 other kinds of spirit, which they get from Japan and China. They are very fond of the French and Spanish wines, but do not greatly relish the German. The women keep mostly to water, although they are by no means averse to the drinking of Spanish wine, were the means of procuring it more accessible to them. The use of tea and coffee is not very familiar to the Ambornians, yet they sometimes take the former, especially when they are visited by the Dutch, to whose customs, whenever they come to any of their repasts, they accommodate themselves as much as possible. Their manner of kindling fires is much readier than ours. They rub 2 pieces of wood against each other, the one hard, the other soft and hollow, near which they hold a bit of lint, which kindles in an instant. For the making of salt, they take the pieces of old worm-eaten wood, which the sea throws up on the shore. These they dry and reduce to ashes, sprinkling them continually with sea-water, till they form a mass of salt underneath them, or else boil up the same water in a pot, with the ashes of certain leaves for 2 or 3 days successively, at the end of which they find a quantity of very good salt at the bottom of the vessel. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The Trifler. The Arabian proverb, "Shut the windows that the house may be light," is supposed to contain some great mystery, and indeed it must be confessed that it has very much the air of a paradox. But whatever explication the wise and the learned may give to this sentence, it seems not unaptly applied to that gay part of my own sex, so improperly called fine ladies, the business of whose lives it is to dress, to play at cards, to simper in the drawing-room, to languish at an opera, to coquette at a play, whose eyes, being perpetually dazzled by the glare of folly and impertinence, are too weak to bear the steady ray of reason. Their minds, therefore, are always dark, and ignorance, like a thick cloud, wraps them up in impenetrable gloom. To such as these, then, I will suppose the Arabian sage cries, "Shut the windows that the house may be light." The fine lady has no other use for her eyes but to sparkle and languish. Reading would spoil their luster, and encroach upon that precious time which is all devoted to pleasure. What advantage can she derive from books? Will they teach her how to improve her complexion and repair the ravages made by time in her face? Can morality, learning, and wit instruct one who exercises her memory only upon cards, and has sufficient employment for her judgment in choosing a suit of ribbons or a brocade? Who never knew what it was to think seriously for a single moment, and whose mind can entertain no other ideas but what dress and quadrille inspire? Yet of such poor materials as these a coquette is made, one who lays claim to boundless dominion, who expects to subject all hearts to her sway, and dispense happiness and misery, life and death, with a smile or frown. That a creature so despicable as this is capable of doing a great deal of mischief, the following letter will shew, and I do not doubt, but by publishing it, I shall oblige my readers as much as the unhappy writer who makes it her request. End of section 38. Read by Jenny Factor in Marblehead, Massachusetts. Section 39 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The Trifler. To the author of The Trifler. Madam, I thank you for publishing the letter signed Perdita. It was a prelude to my unhappy story, which I am desirous the world should know. Yet, for the sake of him who, in spite of all the wrongs he has done me, will be ever dear to me, I shall disguise the names of persons and places. The facts I relate will point out the guilty only to themselves, but they will display a character which of all others is the most dangerous to the peace of families and to which all my misfortunes are owing. At 16, I was taken from the boarding school by my mother to have my education finished by a commerce with the fashionable world, but I received much less improvement from those lessons of politeness than from the solid instructions of my father, who was a man of sense and learning, and who took pleasure in cultivating my mind. As my fortune was very considerable, I soon had a sufficient number of admirers, and I thought myself extremely happy in being able to touch the heart of a young gentleman who even before he declared his passion had engaged my tenderest affection. He soon obtained my consent to demand me of my parents. His birth was at least equal to mine, his fortune superior, and his character unexceptionable. My parents therefore thought they disposed of me very happily by giving me to him. A few weeks after our marriage, my husband carried me to his country seat. The beauty of the place, my taste for retirement, and the tender behavior of the man I passionately loved left me nothing to wish for, and I could have been content to spend my whole life in this delightful abode. We had lived here near a year without my husband expressing the least inclination to return to town, when I took it into my head to surprise him agreeably with the company of a young lady who had been my schoolfellow, and for whom I had a very great friendship. I wrote to her and invited her to spend a few months with me. The spring was now far advanced, and I gave her a most romantic description of my charming retreat in order to induce her to comply with my request. She answered my letter with a great deal of commonplace raillery upon the country and my rusticated taste, and positively refused to come. I shewed her letter to Alcander, so let me call my husband. He smiled when he read it. "This is a fine modish lady," said he, "bewitched with the pleasures of the town. Pray insist upon her coming hither, that we may make a convert of her." Charmed to have it in my power to oblige him, I wrote to her immediately in such pressing terms to favor me with a visit that I drew a promise from her to comply, and a few days afterwards her maid arrived early in the morning and told me her lady was following in a post-chaise, and had sent her before to spread her toilette and prepare everything for her dressing as soon as she arrived. I observed Alcander smile archly at these words, and at the sight of a great number of trunks and band-boxes which the servant had brought with her. From several things that were said by this girl, I observed that her lady was grown extremely fantastical, and I was a little out of countenance when I reflected that I had done no honor to my judgment by introducing her as my friend to Alcander. Alas, madam, how little did I then imagine that this flighty creature was to rob me of my husband's affections. When she arrived, her appearance did not contradict the opinion we had formed of her. Every look and motion, the sound of her voice, and the turn of her expressions were calculated to suit by a pretty effrontery the masculine graces she derived from her hat and feather. I perceived that she was struck with my husband's figure, and my vanity was soothed by it. Doubtless she did not expect to see the fine gentleman and the tender husband united in the person of my then faithful Alcander. Ah, how dearly I have since paid for the short triumph I then enjoyed. I attended Belinda, so let me call her, to her apartment, and here being witness to a great deal of lively impertinence which escaped her, I could not help telling her with an ironical smile that she was prodigiously improved since she left the boarding school. I was afraid she would have been offended by the manner in which I spoke these words, but to my great surprise she answered with a low courtesy and a smile of self-approbation, "My dear, I am vastly obliged to you." I left her in her dressing-room to join Alcander in the garden, who diverted himself extremely with her ridiculous affectation. We did not see her till dinner was served, and then she appeared in full dress, curled, powdered, and patched, as if she had been going to an assembly. The moment she saw Alcander, her eyes fell to work, and there was nothing but ogling all dinner time. Whenever she spoke to him, her voice was softened and her mouth screwed into 1,000 different forms. I might perhaps have been early alarmed at this solicitude to attract the notice of my husband, had I not observed her practice the same airs upon the fellow that waited behind her chair, who, whenever he helped her to anything, was sure to be met with a sparkling glance that seemed to solicit his admiration also, for vanity will, as the poet says, prey upon garbage. I have now brought my story to that point from whence I may date all my sufferings. My heart is too full at present to permit me to proceed. I will take another opportunity to give you the sequel, and am, madam, your obliged humble servant, Perdita.
End of section 39. Read by Jenny Factor in Marblehead, Massachusetts.
Section 40 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The history of Harriot and Sophia continued. Dolly, though encouraged by the sweet condescension of Sophia, who, to inspire her with confidence, freely acknowledged the situation of her own heart, blushed so much, and was in such apparent confusion, that Sophia was concerned at having made her a request which gave her so much pain to comply with. At length the innocent girl, looking up to her with a bashful air, said, "I should be ashamed, dear miss, to own my weakness to you, if I did not know that you are too generous to think the worse of me for it. To be sure, I have a great value for Mr. William, but I was not so foolish as to be taken with his handsomeness only, though, indeed, he is very handsome, and I am delighted to find that you think him so. But Mr. William, as my father can tell you, madame, is a very fine scholar. He was educated in a great school at London, and there's not a young squire in all this country who has half his learning, or knows how to behave himself so genteelly as he does, though his father is but a farmer. However, he is rich, and he has but one child besides Mr. William, and that is a sickly boy, and not likely to live, so that Mr. William, it is thought, will have all." "I should imagine, then," said Sophia, "that this young man would not be a bad match for you." a bad match, replied Dolly, sighing. No, certainly, but his aunt looks higher for him. Yet there was a time when she was well enough pleased with his liking me. What is his aunt? Said Sophia, and how does it happen that she has any authority over him? Why, you must know, madame, answered Dolly, that his aunt is very rich. When she was a young woman, a great lady took a fancy to her, and kept her as a companion a many great years, and when she died, she left her all her clothes and jewels, and a prodigious deal of money. She never would marry, for she was crossed in love, they say, in her youth, and that makes her so ill-natured and spiteful, I believe, to young people. But notwithstanding that, I cannot help loving her, because she is always so fond of Mr. William. She is his godmother, and when he was about 10 years old, she sent for him to London, and declared she would provide for him as her own. And indeed she acted like a mother towards him. She put him to school, and maintained him like a gentleman, and when he grew up, she would have made a gentleman of him, for she had a great desire that he should be an officer. Mr. William at that time was very fond of being an officer too, but as he was very dutiful and obedient to his father, indeed, Miss Sophia, he is one of the best young men in the world, he desired leave to consult him first. So about a year ago he came to visit his father, and has never been at London since, and he had not been long in the country before he changed his mind as to being an officer, and declared he would be a farmer like his father and live a country life. Ah, Dolly, said Sophia, smiling, I suspect you were the cause of this change, my friend. Why, indeed, replied Dolly. He has since told me so, but perhaps he flattered me when he said it, for, my dear miss, I remember what you said just now about the deceitfulness of men, and I tremble lest Mr. William should be like the rest. Well, my dear, interrupted Sophia, go on with your story. I am impatient to know when you saw each other first, and how your acquaintance began. You know, madam, said Dolly, my father keeps us very retired. I had no opportunity of seeing Mr. William but at church. We had heard that Farmer Gibbons had a fine son come from London, and the Sunday afterwards, when we were at church, my sister, who is a giddy wild girl, as you know, kept staring about in hopes of seeing him. At last she pulled me hastily and whispered, Look, Dolly, there is Farmer Gibbons just come in, and I am sure he has got his London son with him. See what a handsome young man he is, and how genteel he is dressed. Well, madam, I looked up, and to be sure I met Mr. William's eyes full upon me. I felt my face glow like fire, for as soon as I looked upon him, he made me a low bow. My sister curtsied, but for my part, I don't know whether I curtsied or not. I was never so confused in my life, and during the whole time we were at church, I scarce ever durst raise my eyes, for I was sure to find Mr. William looking into our pew. I suppose you was not displeased with him, said Sophia, for taking so much notice of you? I do not know whether I was or not, replied Dolly, but I know that I was in a strange confusion during all church time. Yet I observed that Mr. William did not go out when the rest of the congregation did, but stayed behind, which made my sister laugh, for he looked foolish enough standing alone, but he stayed to have an opportunity of making us another bow, for it is my father's custom, as soon as he has dismissed the people, to come into our pew and take us home with him. I never shall forget how respectfully Mr. William saluted my father as he passed him. I now made amends for my former neglect of him, and returned the bow he made me with a very low curtsy. Fanny and I talked of him all the way home. I took delight in hearing her praise him, and although I was never used to disguise my thoughts before, yet I knew not how it was, but I was ashamed to speak so freely of him as she did, and yet I am sure I thought as well of him. I dare say you did, said Sophia, smiling. But my dear, pursued she in a graver accent, this was a very sudden impression. Suppose this young man, whose person captivated you so much, had been wild and dissolute, as many young men are. How would you have excused yourself for that early prejudice in his favor, which you took in so readily at your eyes, without consulting your judgment in the least? Dolly, fixing her bashful looks on the ground, remained silent for a moment, then sighing, answered, I am sure if I had not believed Mr. William good and virtuous, I should never have liked him, though he had been 100 times handsomer than he is. But it was impossible to look on him and think him otherwise, and if you had observed him well, Miss Darnley, his countenance has so much sweetness and candour in it, as my father once said, that you could not have thought ill of him. It is not always safe, said Sophia, sighing likewise, to trust to appearances. Men's actions, as well as their looks, often deceive us. And you must allow, my dear Dolly, that there is danger in these sudden attachments. But when did you see this pretty youth again? Not till next Sunday, replied Dolly, and though you should chide me never so much, yet I must tell you that this seems the longest week I ever knew in my life. I did not doubt but he would be at church again, and I longed impatiently for Sunday. At last Sunday came. We went with my father as usual to church, and would you believe it, Miss Darnley, though I wished so much to see Mr. William, yet now I dreaded meeting him, and trembled so when I came into church that I was obliged to take hold of Fanny to keep me from falling. She soon discovered him, and pulled me in order to make me look up. He had placed himself in our way, so that we passed close by him. He made us a very low bow, and my mother, who had not seen him before, smiled, and looked extremely pleased with him, for to be sure, madam, she could not help admiring him. Well, I was very uneasy all the time we were in church, for Fanny whispered me that my sweetheart, for so she called Mr. William, minded nothing but me. This made me blush excessively, and I was afraid my mother would take notice of his staring and my confusion, so that, heaven forgive me, I was glad when the sermon was ended. He made us his usual compliment at our going out, but I did not look up. However, I was impatient to be alone with Fanny, that I might talk of him, and in the evening we walked towards the park. Just as we had placed ourselves under a tree, we saw a fine-dressed gentleman, a visitor of the squire's, as we supposed, coming up to us, upon which we rose and walked homewards. But the gentleman followed us, and coming close to me, stared impudently under my hat, and swearing a great oath, said I was a pretty girl, and he would have a kiss. Fanny, seeing him take me by the arm, screamed aloud, but I, pretending not to be frightened, though I trembled sadly, civilly begged him to let me go. He did not regard what I said, but was extremely rude, so that now I began to scream as loud as Fanny, struggling all the time to get from him, but in vain. And now who should come to my assistance but Mr. William? I saw him flying across a field, and my heart told me it was he, before he came near enough for me to know him. As soon as Fanny perceived him, she ran to him and begged him to help me, but he did not need entreaty. He flew like a bird to the place where I was, and left Fanny far behind. The rude gentleman bade him begone, and threatened him severely, for he had taken the hand I had at liberty, which I gladly gave him, and insisted upon his letting me go. And now, my dear Miss Darnley, all my fears were for him, for the gentleman declared if he did not go about his business, he would run him through the body, and actually drew his sword. I thought I should have died at this terrible sight. My sister ran towards home crying like one distracted. As for me, though the man had let go my hand, and I might have run away, yet I could not bear to leave Mr. William to the mercy of that cruel wretch, and I did what at another time I should have blushed to have done. I took his hand and pulled him with all my force away, but he, enraged at being called puppy by the gentleman, who continued swearing that he would do him a mischief if he did not leave the place, begged me to make the best of my way home, and turned furiously to whom was brandishing his sword about. He knocked him down with one stroke of a cudgel which he fortunately had in his hand, and snatching his sword from him, he threw it among the bushes. "'Pon my word," said Sophia, "your William's character rises upon me every moment. This was a very gallant action, and no wonder at your liking him now." "Ah, miss," cried Dolly, "if you had seen how he looked when he came back to me, if you had heard the tender things he said, well, you imagine I thanked him for the kindness he had done me, and he protested he would with pleasure lose his life for my sake. I think I could have listened to him forever, but now my father appeared in sight. My sister had alarmed him greatly with her account of what had happened, and he was coming hastily to my assistance, followed by my mother and all the family. As soon as we perceived them coming, we mended our pace, for we had walked very slowly hitherto. Then it was that Mr. William, who had not spoke so plainly before, told me how much he loved me, and begged I would give him leave to see me sometimes. I replied, that depended upon my father, and this was prudent, was it not, my dear Miss Darnley? Indeed it was, answered Sophia. But what said your lover? He sighed, madam, resumed Dolly, and said he was afraid my father would not think him worthy of me. He owned he was no otherwise worthy of me than from the great affection he bore me, and then, but here I feel you will think him too bold, and perhaps blame me. I hope not, said Sophia. Why, madam, continued Dolly, he took my hand and kissed it 1,000 times, and though I did all I could to be sure to pull it away, he would not part with it, till my father was so near that he was afraid he would observe him, and then he let it go, and begged me in a whisper not to hate him. Bless me, what a strange request that was, Miss Darnley. How could I hate one to whom I had been so greatly obliged? I was ready to burst into tears at the very thought, and told him I was so far from hating him that— Pray go on, my dear, said Sophia, observing she hesitated and was silent. I told him, madam, resumed she, that I would always regard him as long as I lived. I did not say too much, did I? I suppose, said Sophia, you gave him to understand that it was ingratitude for the service he had done you. To be sure, said Dolly, I put it in that light. Well, I am glad you approve of my behavior, Miss Darnley. So, as I was telling you, my father came up to us and thanked Mr. William for having rescued his daughter. He then asked him what he had done with the rude fellow. Mr. William told him he had given him a lucky stroke with his cudgel, which made him measure his length on the ground. But, said he, and sure that showed excessive good nature, I hope I have not hurt him much. My father said he would go and see, and then, shaking Mr. William kindly by the hand, he called him a brave youth, and said he hoped they should be better acquainted. Oh, how glad was I to hear him say so! My mother, too, was vastly civil to him, and as for Fanny, I thought she would have hugged him. She was so pleased with him for his kindness to me. My mother insisted upon his staying to drink tea with us, and as soon as my father came back, we all went in together. Pray, what became of the poor vanquished knight? Said Sophia, smiling. "Oh, I forgot to tell you," resumed Dolly, "that my father said he saw him creeping along as if he was sorely bruised with his fall, supporting himself with his sword, which it seems he had found. We were all glad it was no worse, for Mr. William having accepted my mother's invitation, he stayed with us till the evening was pretty far advanced, and then my father accompanied him part of his way home, and at parting, as he told us, desired to see him often. He was not backward, you may be sure, in complying with this request. He came so often that my father was surprised, and besides, my sister and I scarce ever went out to walk but we met him, so that one would have imagined he lived in the fields about our house. My mother at last suspected the truth and questioned me about him, and I told her all that he had ever said to me, and not long afterwards he took an opportunity to open his heart to my father, and asked his permission to make his addresses to me. With such modesty and good sense he spoke, that my father was extremely pleased with him, but told him that he must consult his friends, and know whether they approved of it, and then he would consider of his proposal. Mr. Williams, as he afterwards told me, wrote to his aunt first, for he was well assured that his father would agree to anything that she thought for his advantage. He had a very favorable answer from Mrs. Gibbons, for she had changed her mind also with regard to his being an officer, as war was then talked of, and she was afraid of his being sent abroad. He showed me her letter, and she told him in it that since he was resolved to settle in the country, she approved of his marrying, and was glad he had not fixed his affections upon some homespun farmer's daughter, but had chosen a gentlewoman, and one who was well brought up. She added that she intended to come into the country in a few weeks, and if she found the young lady, so she called me, answered his description, she would hasten the marriage and settle us handsomely. Oh, how pleased I was with this letter, and how did it rejoice Mr. Williams! I should never have done, were I to tell you all the tender things he said to me. Mr. Gibbons, at his son's desire, came to my father and begged him to give his consent, which he obtained, for my father had well considered the affair before, and nothing was wanting but Mrs. Gibbons' arrival to make us all happy. Mr. William thought every hour and age till she came, and pressed her continually in his letters to hasten her journey. Alas! if he had known what was to happen, he would not have been so impatient, for soon after she came, all our fine hopes were blasted, and I have now nothing to expect but misery. Poor Dolly was so oppressed with grief when she came to this part of her story that she was unable to proceed, and burst into tears. The tender Sophia, who was greatly affected with the anguish she saw her in, employed every soothing art to comfort her, and Dolly, being a little composed, was going to continue her story when she saw her sister looking about for them. Sophia and she immediately rose up and joined Fanny, who rallied them both upon their fondness for lonely places, but perceiving that Dolly had been weeping, she immediately became grave and accommodated her looks and behavior to the gentle melancholy of her sister. Sophia, from the state of her own mind, was but too much disposed to sympathize with the love-sick Dolly. These softening conversations were ill calculated to banish from her remembrance the first object of her innocent affections, and who, with all his faults, she still loved. Dolly's story awakened 1,000 tender ideas, and recalled to her memory every part of Sir Charles's conduct, which had any resemblance to that of the faithful and passionate William. She dwelt with tender regret upon these pleasing images, and for a while forgot how necessary it was for her peace to suppress every thought of Sir Charles that tended to lessen her just resentment against him. But good and pious as she was, the passion she could not wholly subdue she regulated by reason and by virtue. For as an eminent divine says, although it is not in our power to make affliction no affliction, yet we may take off the edge of it by a steady view of those divine joys prepared for us in another state. It was quite otherwise with Sir Charles, for the guilty, if unhappy, are doubly so, because they are deprived of those resources of comfort which the virtuous are sure to find in the consciousness of having acted well. Sir Charles, upon finding his settlement sent back to him in such a manner as showed not only the most obstinate resolution to reject his offers, but also a settled contempt for the offerer, became a prey to the most violent passions. Rage, grief, affronted pride, love ill-requited, and disappointed hope tormented him by turns, nor was jealousy without a place in his heart. The chaste, the innocent, the reserved Sophia became suspected by the man, who in vain attempted to corrupt her. So true it is that libertinism gives such a color to the actions of others as takes away all distinction between virtue and vice. Love, he argued, is either rewarded with a reciprocal affection or with an inward and secret contempt. Therefore he imputed Sophia's rejection of his offers not to her disapprobation of the intention of them, but to want of affection for his person, and from her youth and the tender sensibility of her heart, he concluded that since he had failed in making an impression on it, it was already bestowed on another, one while he resolved to think no more of her and repay her indifference and disdain with silence and neglect. The next moment, dreading lest he had lost her forever, he regretted his having alarmed her with too early a discovery of his intentions, and sometimes his passion transported him so far as to make him think seriously of offering her his hand. Then, starting at his own weakness, and apprehensive of the consequences, he sought to arm himself against that tenderness which suggested so mad a design, by reflecting on her indifference towards him, and accounting for it in such a manner as fixed the sharpest stings of jealousy in his mind. Thus various and perplexed were his thoughts and designs, and he was incapable of resolving upon anything except to see her, and so great was his impatience that he would have set out for London the moment he received the fatal paper. But decency would not permit him to leave his uncle, who was in a dying condition and wished only to expire in his arms. The poor man, however, lingered a week longer, during which Sir Charles passed some of the most melancholy hours he had ever known. At length his uncle's death left him at liberty to return to London, which he did immediately, and alighted at Mrs. Darnley's house. Upon hearing she was at home, he did not send in his name, but walked up the stairs with a beating heart. He found Mrs. Darnley and HARRIOT together, but not seeing the person whom he only wished to see, he cast a melancholy look round the room, and answering in a confused and dejected manner the mother's excessive politeness and the cold civility of the daughter, he threw himself into a chair with a deep sigh and was silent. So evident a discomposure pleased Mrs. Darnley as much as it mortified HARRIOT. As for Sir Charles, pride and resentment hindered him at first from inquiring for Sophia, but his anxiety and impatience to hear of her soon prevailed over all other considerations, and though he asked for her with an affected carelessness, yet his eyes and the tone of his voice betrayed him. Mrs. Darnley told him that she was gone into the country, very much against my inclination, said she, but Mr. Herbert, who you know, sir, has great power over her, more, I think, than I have, would have it so. Sir Charles, turning pale as death, replied in great emotion, What? Gone into the country? Where is she gone? To whom? Why did she go? Against your inclination, did you say, madam? What could possibly induce her to this? You surprise me excessively. HARRIOT, who did not choose to be present at the explanation of this affair, now rose up and went out of the room smiling sarcastically. as she passed by Sir Charles and bridling with all the triumph of conscious beauty. He, who was in a bad humour, beheld her airs not only with indifference but contempt, which he suffered to appear pretty plain in his countenance, for he thought it but just to mortify her for her ill usage of her sister, without considering that he himself was far more guilty in that respect towards the amiable Sophia, and equally deserved to be hated by her. When Harriot was gone, Mrs. Darnley instantly renewed the conversation concerning Sophia, and finding that the young baronet listened to her with eager attention, she gave him a full account of all that had happened during his absence. She represented Sophia as having followed implicitly the directions of Mr. Herbert, whom she called a busy, meddling, officious old man, and as the behavior of her daughter at her going away gave sufficient room to believe that her heart suffered greatly by the effort she made, she dwelt upon every circumstance that tended to show the concern she was under, and did not scruple to exaggerate, where she thought it would be pleasing. Sir Charles, though he inwardly rejoiced at what he heard, yet dissembled so well that no signs of it appeared in his countenance. He now seemed to listen with much indifference, and coldly said he was sorry Miss Sophia would not permit him to make her easy. The tranquillity he affected alarmed Mrs. Darnley. She, who was ever ready to judge by appearances, concluded that all was over, and that the baronet was irrecoverably lost. But had her judgment been more acute, she would have perceived that he was still deeply interested in everything that related to Sophia. The questions he asked were not such as curiosity suggests, but the tender anxiety of doubting love. Mrs. Darnley informed him of all he wished to hear. Sophia had indeed fled from him, but not without reluctance and grief. She was at present removed from his sight, but she was removed to silence and solitude, and she carried with her a fond impression, which solitude would not fail to increase. Thus satisfied, he put an end to his visit with all imaginable composure, leaving Mrs. Darnley in doubt whether she should see him again, and more enraged than ever with Mr. Herbert, whose fatal counsels had overthrown all her hopes. End of section 40.
Section number 41 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Frances Gleason. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. To the author of the Ladies' Museum. The Ladies' Museum. Madame, being born a Florentine, though by my marriage and long residence here, I am now become English, I cannot, without some jealousy, observe that in your useful and entertaining museum you have yet admitted no foreigners but those of France. To make their appearance, therefore, I take the liberty to recommend to your notice the enclosed translation from the Italian of a piece of history, perhaps as extraordinary and exemplary as can be found in those of any nation whatever, and whilst it presents to your readers the power and fate of beauty, at the same time gives them some insight into the characters and manners of the Italians in that century in which it happened. I am, Madame, your constant reader and humble servant, Ophelia Cellini. End of section number 41.
Section 42 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The History of Bianca Capello. About the middle of the 16th century, amongst many Florentine merchants who resided in the celebrated city of Venice, was a company of bankers called the Silviati, whose business being great, they were obliged to keep many young men in their service for writing, negotiating, and other offices. The principal of these was one Pietro Buonaventuri, a citizen of Florence, young, handsome, and genteel, whom they employed as cashier. Over against this bank lived a noble Venetian, the name of whose family was Capello. He had, amongst other children, a daughter called Bianca, extremely beautiful, and of so winning and graceful behavior as enhanced the luster of her charms. This lady, the before-mentioned Buonaventuri, became desperately enamored with. The violence of his passion, by the frequent opportunities their near neighborhood gave them of seeing each other, in time found means to discover itself to his mistress, who, believing him the master, or at least the partner of that great bank, began to regard with some attention the attractive graces of his person and manner, till this new reciprocal love, augmenting every day, became sanctified at length by a private marriage, followed by many secret meetings, with the knowledge only of an old matron, governess to the lady, who had been both confidant and mediatrix throughout this whole affair. Thus for some time did the lovers continue their intercourse, the bride going every night to her husband's apartment, which, being on the ground floor, she could easily pass from her father's house and return to it unobserved, being but 4 paces distant from that of the Salviati. Her method was, when she came out, to leave the door unlocked, so that, returning early, she was received by her governess before the rest of the family was stirring. But one unlucky morning, the baker, coming sooner than usual to tell the servants it was time to make the bread, and being answered they were about it, he perceived the lock of the door was open, and thinking it was proper to fall in it, he did so before he went away, as the young lady found to her great surprise and grief, when, having taken leave of her husband, who accompanied her to the door of his master's house, she returned home. Whereupon, not knowing from whence this accident could happen, trembling like a leaf, and half dead with fear, she went back to her lover, who endeavored to comfort her as well as he could, and went himself into the street, making signs, whistling, and calling to the old confidant. Yet all his endeavors were to no purpose, and unable to make himself heard, without a thorough discovery he came back to his wife, when now the day was so far advanced that it left no hopes of concealment for these unfortunate lovers, who were sure to die by the rage of her relations, if once their affair was known. As the last remedy, they resolved on flight, he taking what little money and clothes the shortness of time would permit him to get together, and she having only a thin taffeta robe over her shift, it being the height of summer, they hastily embarked on board a vessel, and in the most secret manner that was possible, pursued their journey till they arrived at Florence, where they came to the house of Pietro's father, which stood in the place of St. Mark, not far from the Church of the Annunciation. The elder Buonaventuri, though a citizen, was in so low a degree of fortune that these 2 being added to his family, he could no otherwise maintain them than by turning off his only servant, in whose place the poor young lady was obliged to do all those offices that in her former state many had been kept to do for her. And the old man being informed by his son that she was his wife, and his own being grown in years, and very peevish, he entrusted her with the management of the household likewise, all which she performed for many months with great patience and alacrity. The flight of the two lovers was no sooner discovered at Venice than the father and relations of Bianca, furious with indignation and great in power, caused an edict to be published, by which whoever should kill them in any country was entitled to a large sum of money. This cruel order, coming to the ears of the fugitive pair, gave them great apprehensions, and the young lady never suffered herself to be seen, but stayed always at home, employing herself in the affairs of her family. Whilst they remained in this miserable situation, it happened one day that the Grand Duke Francisco, son of Cosmo I, was passing in his coach under the window. Bianca, having a curiosity to see him, lifted up the lattice in order to have a better view, and he, chancing at the same time to turn his face that way, their eyes met, which was no sooner perceived by her than she immediately let down the lattice and retired. But the Grand Duke, unsatisfied with so momentary a view, kept his head still out of the coach, turned, though in vain, towards the window. This hasty and unthought-of encounter created in the mind of Francisco a restless desire to know who she was, and every particular concerning her, which, once known, produced so tender a pity in his heart that it made him more than an equal sharer in all her misfortunes, and increased so much his curiosity again to see her, that he either went every day to a house of his in that quarter of the town, called the Casino, or to hear Mass, either at the Annunciation or St. Mark's, in hope to procure another sight of her. But all this only served to make him more eager for a nearer and longer view, and in order to attain his wish, he made it known to a Spanish gentleman named Mandragoni, who in his infancy had been placed about him by his father, and who, ever attentive to the desires of his master, readily undertook the enterprise, and that it might succeed the better, engaged his wife to form an intimacy with the old woman, mother of Bianca's husband, instructing her in what manner she should bring it about. In observance of his orders, she placed herself next to her at church, where, according to the custom too much in use, they soon began to enter into discourse, in which the Spanish lady, having artfully brought it about, to ask if her son Pietro was married. She answered, "Yes, madame," but very unfortunately, and then proceeded to give her the whole story of what had happened in Venice. When she had finished, Signora Mandragona very compassionately and with great eagerness desired she would come one day to her house and bring her daughter-in-law with her, whom, she said, she was extremely desirous to be acquainted with, and should esteem it a happiness to do everything in her power to serve her. To this the old woman replied that it would be very difficult to persuade her daughter, who never went abroad, to come with her, because, added she, our circumstances do not permit us to buy her new clothes, and at present she has only those which she brought with her, so that she, who still retains a noble soul in all her poverty, will never bear to be exposed. This, replied the Spaniard, I can easily find a remedy for. I will send her a suit of mine, and in those she need not fear being known. I do not know, says the good old mother, whether she will consent without the leave of her husband. However, I will do all I can to obey you, but I fear I shall not be able to bring it about, for she chooses retirement and is desirous to avoid the sight of everyone, so that though my son has often spoke to her to go with me to hear Mass at St. Mark's, she never could be prevailed on to do it, insomuch that from the blessed hour in which she entered our house to this time, she has never stirred out of it. Try all your power, I desire, said the Spanish lady, to bring her with you, and I will send my coach to fetch you both. Tell her, too, that my friendship will not be disagreeable to her, but on the contrary, perhaps, may do her some service. The good old woman concluded the conversation with reiterated promises to use her utmost endeavors to make her daughter comply with the obliging request, and so they parted. As soon as she was got home, she began to discourse with her daughter-in-law, telling her exactly what had passed between the Spaniard and herself, to which she added, "This lady, my child, is wife to the chief favorite of the great Duke. Therefore her friendship is no indifferent thing, and intercession of her husband being the most likely means to gain you the protection or safe conduct that you here so earnestly desired, and by which you may live in Florence free from the persecution of your relations, who, as you say, endeavor by all methods they can to get you into their hands." When the poor young creature heard her talk of the safe conduct, though she had no inclination to go abroad any more to know than to be known by others, yet, moved with the hopes of security, she yielded, provided her husband gave his consent, who that very night she consulted upon it, and he, with no less than herself, stood in need of protection. Judging that by this lady it would be easily obtained, being sensible how great her husband's interest was with the prince, told her she should go, which leave having informed her mother-in-law of, she immediately sent word to Signora Mandragona that when it was convenient for her to send her coach for them, they would be ready to attend her. Accordingly, it soon came, into which the two ladies entering shut themselves up close, and in that manner arrived at the palace of the Spanish lady, where they were received with many caresses and great joy. And being conducted into a most magnificent and beautiful apartment, they discoursed together on several subjects, and upon that of the safe conduct. The Spaniard did not fail to offer all the power and interest she was mistress of, with her husband to obtain it. In the midst of their conversation entered, as by chance, the master of the house, who, after having bowed to the ladies, seemed not to know who they were, and turning to his wife, asked her, "These," said me, "are the persons who are in want of your interest with your master," and then pretending to inform him, in a few words, of the Venetian lady's story, which he knew better than herself, she concluded with the earnest desire that he would intercede on her behalf to the Grand Duke, who, from another room, heard and saw everything that passed. All the time the Spanish lady was speaking to her husband, Bianca remained silent, with her eyes cast down and full of tears, that pleaded more in her favor than all the eloquence of Cicero would have done, so that Mandragoni, having heard his wife out, turning to the Venetian lady, said, "What you desire, madame, is a very trifling service in respect of many greater I should be proud to do you, and can without the least difficulty. The great Duke, my master, being a prince so generous and benign that he knows not how to deny anyone, provided the request be just, much more such a lady as you, being obliged, not only by his natural inclination to goodness, but also by the laws of knighthood, to succor the distressed. Be assured, then, that your desires will be accomplished." And so saying, he took his leave and went away. To be continued. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Essay on the Original Inhabitants of Great Britain continued. In the reign of Commodus, or as Beda places it, in the reign of Aurelius, we are told of Lucius, the first British monarch who became a Christian. The legendary stories of him are not in the least worthy of insertion. In the reign of Septimus Severus, the 21st emperor of Rome, we learn some particulars of the old Britons that are too remarkable to be passed over. Their persons and their manners are thus described by Dion Cassius. The two most considerable colonies of Britons are the Caledonians and the Maeoti. Under these denominations may be included the rest of the inhabitants. The Maeoti live near the wall that divides the island into two parts. The Caledonians live beyond the wall. Both these people inhabit the wildest mountains, where no water is to be found. They also inhabit desert plains and grounds that are full of marshes. They have neither walls, towns, nor cultivated lands. Wild fruits and the game that they take in hunting are their choicest food. They never taste fish, although they have great quantities. They pass their lives in tents, naked, and even without shoes. They live in a promiscuous manner with their wives. Their children are brought up in common. Their government is democratical and popular. They take great delight in plunder. They fight in chariots. Their horses are small but very swift. They are a people remarkable for velocity in running, and they stand firmly on their legs. Their defensive arms are a buckler and a short spear. At the lower extremity of the spear is hung an apple made of brass, with the noise of which they terrify their enemies in battle. They also make use of daggers. They can endure hunger, cold, and every kind of hardship. They can remain for several days together in marshes without eating, and only with their heads above the water. In their woods they feed upon roots and the bark of trees. They have a certain kind of food which they prepare upon all occasions, and of which, if they take a quantity no bigger than the size of a bean, they no longer feel the effects of hunger, nor of thirst. Such is the island of Britain. This must not be looked upon either as a perfect or a general representation. It is a mixture of truth, fable, and improbabilities, and it is confined entirely to the Caledonians and to the northern part of Britain. The southern colonies were nearer the sun, and by that situation were possibly of a softer nature and of less robust constitution. That savages were inclined to rapine and every sort of robbery is by no means a matter of astonishment, and scarce a subject of censure. But that the Maeoti and the Caledonii, so late as in the reign of Severus, were totally ignorant of agriculture and every rudiment of tillage, must appear a shameful instance of laziness, if their unsettled situation and the want of property and security in their possessions did not plead their excuse. Cain, the first savage upon record, was a tiller of the ground. Noah, as soon as he found himself possession of the earth, began to be a husbandman. But Cain had put to death his only adversary, and Noah was perfectly secure from foreign invasions. The distressed Britons could not promise themselves an hour's peace from enemies and invaders. Severus had two sons, Bassianus, surnamed Caracalla, and Geta. The luxurious pleasures of Rome had enervated these young men, and had rendered them, especially the eldest, unworthy of such a father. To exercise his army and to withdraw his sons from a scene of vice and inactivity, the emperor in the 15th year of his reign undertook a journey into Britain. He was at that time old, infirm, and much afflicted with the gout, but the strength of his spirit was far superior to the strength of his body. Wherever his army marched, he appeared at the head of it, on horseback, or in his chariot, or sometimes, when his distemper was particularly violent, in a litter. His progress into Caledonia was at the utmost hazard, and even with the considerable destruction of his troops. The country was mountainous, woody, and full of marshes, so that his soldiers underwent excessive fatigue without taking a fortress, and excessive danger without seeing an enemy. They had forests to cut down, mountains to level, morasses to dry up, and bridges to build. Dio says that in this progress the Romans lost 50,000 men. No distresses could alarm, no difficulties could deter Severus. He continued his enterprise, and at last became successful. The terms of an alliance were agreed upon and ratified, but was soon afterwards broken by the Scots, a breach of faith which Severus determined to resent, not only with rigor, but with inhumanity. He delivered his orders to his army in these lines from Homer. Not one of all the race, nor sex, nor age, shall save a Trojan from our boundless rage. Ilion shall perish whole and bury all her babes. Her infants at the breast shall fall. But he lived not to see his orders executed. His distemper was his most powerful enemy. It conquered him when he was almost 67 years of age, and when he had reigned about 18 years, of which the 3 last he passed in Britain. He died at York, and his funeral obsequies were solemnized with a pomp and magnificence suitable to the character of Severus and the greatness of the people of Rome. The virtues of this emperor were great, however they were not without their alloy. As a private man, he was covetous. As a commander, he was too susceptible to revenge. Wherever he conquered, he ruined, a cruel disposition, which the people of Byzantium most unhappily experienced, and from which the Scots had a very narrow escape. On the other hand, his spirit was dauntless, and superior not only to danger but fatigue. He defied lassitude, and was never wearied by the most minute inquiry into every article of his government. To his personal friends he was extremely grateful. To his personal enemies he was contemptuously disdainful. He was moderate in his expenses as an emperor, but magnificent in the public buildings of every kind. He heard causes not only with exactness, but with patience. He entered the courts of justice by break of day, and he stayed there till noon. His abilities were excellent, and they were improved by learning. He had more than the tenderness of a father. He forgave Caracalla repeated attempts upon his life. He was careful in the education of both his sons, and at his death he jointly bequeathed to them his empire. Caracalla and his brother Geta, each inferior in every respect to their father, hastened from a country of barbarians to that theater of delicacy, the court of Rome. They concluded a peace with the Caledonians and left our island early in the year of Christ 211. From henceforward it will be extremely proper to draw a veil over the particular characters of the Roman emperors, not even to name their names, unless where the affairs of Britain required it. The perpetual chasm in our history happened to be so great, and the anecdotes are so few and trifling, so uncertain or indecent, that till the reign of the joint emperors Diocletianus and Maximinus, surnamed Hercules, in the year of Christ 286, a space of 75 years, the deepest ignorance is scarce to be lamented. The Romans had been many years immersed in the greatest confusion. Their kingdom was divided against itself. Britain was still under their subjection, and was harassed and torn to pieces by factions and divisions, which took rise within the island itself. I mean particularly the invincible hatred that the Picts and Caledonians, who were now in a manner become one people, bore to the more southern parts of Britain. Diocletian, a man of low birth, had passed through many considerable offices before he was raised to the empire. He had acquired a high reputation as a soldier and had acquitted himself with great political sagacity in the civil parts of government. His personal accomplishments seemed so suitable to the imperial dignity that in a time of less universal warfare and confusion, he might singly have sustained the weight of government with honor to himself and with advantage to the Commonwealth. In the present juncture, the hands of Briareus were scarce too many to hold the reins of the Roman Empire. Consequently, Diocletian shewed much prudence in gaining the assistance of a partner in the throne. Maximian did not possess all the accomplishments of Diocletian, but he had courage and activity which were of greater present use to the public than virtues more delicately illustrious or more morally refined. Anarchy and confusion prevailed throughout the world. The times were such as are described before the flood, when God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. The continent was filled with rebels. The sea was covered by pirates. In the last class were the Franks and the Saxons, two nations of Germany, who gave continual annoyance to the coasts of Normandy, Picardy, and Bretagne. To prevent the depredations of these corsairs, and to awe and subdue the maritime robbers of every kind, Carausius was appointed commander of the Roman fleet, and was generally stationed at Malone, a station near enough the coast of England to render him well acquainted with the ports, the shores, and the inhabitants of the island. He was a man of mean birth, but of high ambition. He found himself at the head of a great fleet, and he was sufficiently wise to know the weight, power, and dignity of his office. He resolved, therefore, to extend the limits of his authority in such a manner as to be the indisputable sovereign of the seas, and from thence to stretch his influence over the land so effectually as to be a nominal and acknowledged emperor of Rome. His methods in pursuance of his design were bold and profligate. He began by a breach of trust. He seized great numbers of prizes, and he took great numbers of prisoners. But he accounted to himself alone, not to his imperial masters, for the profits of his captors. He permitted Franks, Saxons, or any other pirates to practice indiscriminately all kinds of violence upon the Gallic coast. But in their return homewards, he intercepted their vessels and applied to his own use the riches and plunder which those vessels contained. Such proceedings justly alarmed the reigning emperors, and orders were given that Carausius should be immediately seized and executed. But he had foreseen his danger, and already secured to himself such an interest among the officers of the fleet that the whole navy was unanimously determined to obey him. A mariner can only command mariners. The element is formed for the people, or rather, the people, like the fish, are formed for the element. Had Carausius been a land officer, all his schemes must have proved abortive. But from those particulars of his life which have reached our times, he appears to have been as successful as he was wicked, as bold as he was powerful, and as fit to command as he was ready to execute. It is to him we owe the first dawnings of our naval power, a power which has since appeared in all its meridian glory. From his conduct, we were apprised of our natural strength as an island, a strength that cannot fail us if properly exerted to the end of the world. Carausius had most judiciously fixed his eyes upon Britain as a sure place of refuge and security, whenever the Romans were in pursuit of him, so that as soon as he heard that he had been publicly proclaimed as a traitor, he made himself master of Boulogne, and immediately sailed from thence with his whole fleet to the British coast. The previous steps which had been taken by Carausius, and the private correspondence which he had of late carried on with the Britons, rendered his arrival in the island not only easy, but joyful. The people came out beyond their shores to meet him, and as soon as he was landed, the Roman legion and the auxiliary troops that had been quartered within the kingdom acknowledged and saluted him emperor. Thus, from a pirate, he became at once a Caesar, and fulfilled the aphorism wittily made by one of the Grecian corsairs to Alexander the Great, that a man with a single ship was a pirate, but with a fleet was a great prince. A triumvirate of emperors was an unusual phenomenon, but the state of the continent was so very tottering and precarious that neither Diocletian nor Maximian were in any degree strong enough to dismantle the achievements of Carausius. Some faint preparations of resistance were attempted by Maximian, but necessity compelled the Romans soon to withdraw all hostilities and to enter into articles of peace, by which inglorious treaty this proclaimed pirate was declared pious. This maritime robber was acknowledged Felix, and this avowed usurper was surnamed Augustus, as appears from the medal in Camden's Britannia, thus inscribed, Imperial Caesar Carausius, Pius Felix Augustus on the reverse, Pax Augustus, with the letters SC Senatus Consulto, by order of the Senate. Carausius was not only a nominal emperor of Rome, but he personally established himself a real monarch of Britain. He reigned and resided in the island between 6 and 7 years, and during that time our ancestors were entirely freed from their obedience to the Roman Empire, and were only subject to the laws and government of their own sovereign. Curiosity would lead us to inquire what were the political institutes of a pirate. Some civil policy must have been regularly maintained, but no certain records of it are to be discovered. In general, we know that his fleet was mighty, and that his marines and sailors were drawn from all nations and out of all professions. In this light, as in every other, his abilities must appear extraordinary, since he could keep in subjection and obedience a set of people extracted from different kingdoms and mingled together from various and distant parts of the world. But before he had completed the 7th year of his sovereign jurisdiction, he was murdered by Electus, one of the chief officers in his army. Electus seized the government, but his desire of grasping the sovereignty was far greater than his power of holding it. He maintained his usurpation only 3 years. Nor would he have maintained it so long if the Romans had not taken that time to consider in what manner they might recover Britain. Flavius Constantius Chlorus, who was already emperor-elect and entitled Caesar, undertook the expedition. As soon as he landed, he burnt his ships, a sure presage that he was resolutely determined upon conquest or upon death. The Britons were pleased with the nobleness of this action, and as they were much oppressed by the dominion of their present tyrant, they resorted in great numbers to the standard of Constantine, and voluntarily enlisted themselves into his service. A battle ensued, in which Electus was slain. His army was mostly composed of Franks, and such of them who escaped from the furious slaughter of the Romans retired to London, desperately determined to pillage that city, and immediately to sail away with their plunder. But the design was frustrated by a reinforcement of Romans, who landed at London at this important crisis, and who immediately put almost every one of the Franks to the sword. Thus was the chief city of our island delivered from rapine and destruction, and the island itself again subjected to the empire of Rome. Constantine made an expedition into the northern parts of Britain to establish under the Roman government those colonies which were most mutinous and untractable. He stayed about 4 years in the kingdom, and then returned to Italy, leaving behind him the strongest impressions and the truest veneration of his many remarkable virtues, particularly of his clemency and his justice. As soon as Constantine arrived at Rome, Diocletian and Maximian, wearied with the weight of government and desirous to retire from the pomp and fatigue of business, resigned the empire to him and to Galerius Amatarius. The kingdoms which fell to share of Constantine were Italy, Spain, Africa, and Gaul, to which latter was always annexed the island of Britain. Constantine preferred it to any part of the continent, and the Britons, who had already experienced many instances of his goodness and protection, were much rejoiced at his return. He made York his seat of residence, and died there in the year 306, in the 56th year of his age. He was succeeded by his eldest son, Constantius, surnamed the Great. A passage in Eumenius allows room to imagine that this second Constantine was born in Britain. The words of the panegyrist are these: O fortunata et nunc omnibus petor terris Britannia, qui Constantium Caesarum prima vidisti. O fortunate Britain, now happier than all other parts of the earth, since in your island Constantine Caesar was first beheld. His birth was undoubtedly an honor to the country in which he was born, but the actions of his life are the points most important to history. Bishop Stillingfleet tells us from Lactantius that one of Constantine's first acts of government was to secure full liberty to the Christians. From this reign, we may date the open and triumphant appearance of Christianity in Britain. All accounts till this time seem dark and intricate. The stories of King Lucius and his 28 churches are fabulous and improbable. The Britons had their Druids, the Romans had their Flamines, and each had their Pontifex Maximus. Thus idolatry in two different forms of worship was prevalent throughout the whole island, till Constantine the Great declared himself a Christian. He had been educated in that faith by his mother Helena, who is recorded as a saint of the first magnitude in the Ecclesiastic Chronicles of the Pontifical Church of Rome. The example of a sovereign will always have a powerful influence upon his people. Constantine, by his public declaration of the Christian faith, gave a mortal blow to idolatry, and the Flamines and the Druids melted away before the cross of Christ, like waxen images before the sun. Alterations of another kind were instituted in the state. They are at present of little consequence, changes of names, as from Propaetor to Vicarius, or different divisions of the kingdom, such as making the 2 provinces 3, or, as some say, 4, and all particulars so differently told that they must rather weary than entertain a reader. It is in great measure to save the many fatiguing accounts, where neither exactness or instruction can be found, that these papers have been put together, which, if not sufficiently minute and satisfactory to the persons into whose hands they may fall, will be always amply dilated and supplied by a search into the many folio volumes that load all the historical shelves in England. Many scenes of Constantine's greatest actions were performed in France and Germany. He entirely subdued the Franks, who were become powerful and numerous. They inhabited that part of Gaul, which from them was called Franconia, or Francia Orientalis. He crossed the Rhine and laid waste to the country of the Bructeri, and he removed the seat of empire from Rome to Constantinople. He died May the 22nd, in the year of Christ 337. From the accession of Diocletian in the year 284, or rather from the seizure of the island by Carausius in the year 287, to the death of Constantine in 337, the Britons had made very great improvements in their mercantile trade and in various arts and sciences. This last half-century was of more benefit to the island than all the years that had passed before. As the strength and power of ancient Rome diminished, the strength and power of Britain increased, and the inhabitants were no longer looked upon or treated as slaves or savages, but as allies and confederates of the Roman state. By the light that may be collected, or the reasonable inferences that may be deduced from this particular part of our history, our ancestors seem to have acquiesced, if not cheerfully, at least prudently, in their present situation. No disturbances, no insurrections arose throughout the whole reign of Constantine the Great. It may be asked from what motives this obedience and submission to the Roman power, or rather let us say, to the will of Providence, could arise. Certainly from the flourishing condition of the Christian religion, the doctrines of which it is to be hoped were then preached and practiced in some degree of purity. The greatest dangers or the most sudden molestations to which the Britons were at this time liable proceeded solely from their neighbors the Caledonians, who in the beginning of Constantine's government, or just before the death of his father Constantine I, had made several rapacious incursions beyond their borders. They were soon conquered by Constantine II and driven back to their inmost bounds, and they remained tolerably quiet during that emperor's reign. End of section 43.
Section 44 of The Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elsie Selwyn. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Treatise on the Education of Daughters. Chapter 2. The Inconveniences of the Common Methods of Education. It is owing to ignorance that a girl is weary of herself, and knows not how to relieve that languor by innocent employments. When she has arrived at a certain age without ever having applied to things solid, she is void of taste or esteem for them. Everything serious is sad, everything that requires a continued attention is fatigue. The bias of pleasure, so strong in the days of youth, the example of other persons of the same age plunged in amusement, tends to create an abhorrence of a life of regularity and diligence. In these early days, she wants the experience and authority necessary for superintending anything in her father's house. She is not so much as sensible of what importance it is to apply herself that way, unless her mother has happened to take care to point out to her the several particulars. Is she of rank? She is exempt from working with her hands. She will not work, therefore, except for some little time in the day, because she was heard say, she knows not why, that it is reputable for ladies to do something. But this is often mere pretense. She cannot accustom herself to application. In this situation, what will she do? The company of a mother who watches all her motions, and is chiding her incessantly, who thinks she brings her up well in excusing nothing, who looks grave upon her, who forces her to endure her humors, who seems ever burdened with domestic cares, is what both constrains and dispirits her. She has about her a set of flattering females who, with a view to insinuate themselves, by a base and pernicious complacency, fall in with all her fancies, and entertain her with everything that is likely to give distaste to what is right. Piety appears a tiresome business, a rule incompatible with every idea of pleasure. What then will she be doing? Nothing serviceable, and this very inapplication grows at length into an incurable habit. In the meantime, behold a void which there is no hopes of filling up with things solid. Therefore the frivolous must take place. In this idle state, a young lady abandons herself to laziness, the languor of the soul, an inexhaustible source of irksomeness. She uses herself to more sleep than is confident with true health. This serves but to weaken her, to make her tender and more liable to bodily indisposition, whereas moderate sleep, with the use of regular exercise, produces liveliness, vigor, and strength, in which undoubtedly a perfect state of body consists, not to mention the advantages resulting to the mind. From this union of softness and idleness with ignorance proceeds a pernicious sensibility for diversions and public shows. Nay, it excites an indiscreet and insatiable curiosity. People versed and occupied in things of a serious nature have, in general, but a moderate degree of curiosity. The knowledge they possess gives them a contempt for many things they do not know. They perceive the inutility, the ridiculousness of the most part of those things which little minds that know nothing and have nothing to do are eager to be acquainted with. On the contrary, the imagination of girls, ill-instructed and unattentive, is perpetually wandering for want of solid nourishment. Their curiosity turns with eagerness upon objects of an empty and dangerous nature. Those of genius set themselves up for extraordinary women and read all the books that can feed their vanity. They are passionately fond of romances, of plays, of stories, of chimerical adventures, wherewith much profane love is intermixed. They give a visionary turn to their understanding by using it to the magnificent language of the heroes of romance. They even spoil themselves for the world, because all these fine airy sentiments, these generous passions, these adventures which the author of the romance has invented merely to please, have not the least relation to the real motives of action in the world, or to those that decide its affairs, nor yet to the false views discoverable in every undertaking. A poor girl, full of the tender and marvelous which have so charmed her in her studies, is astonished not to find the world afford any real personages resembling her heroes. She fain would live like the imaginary princesses, ever charming, ever adored, ever above all wants. Alas, what mortification for her to descend from a state of heroism to the little cares of domestic life. Some give their curiosity greater scope, and take upon them to decide on religious subjects, though beyond their reach. Some, with an understanding not large enough to entertain these ideas, have others proportionate to their capacity. They are violently inquisitive concerning what is said, what is done, about a song, a piece of news, an intrigue. Eager to receive letters, to read those received by others, they will be told all, they will tell all. They are vain, and vanity makes them talkative. They are light, and lightness obstructs reflection, which would often teach them to be silent. Chapter 3. What are the first grounds of education? Towards remedying all these evils, it is of great advantage to be able to begin the education of girls from their earliest infancy. That age which is often given up to the direction of women indiscreet and sometimes depraved is nevertheless the age which receives the deepest impressions and which consequently affects their whole life. Infants, before they can speak plain, may be prepared for instruction. Some may think this is saying too much. Let us only consider what a child does before it can speak. It learns the language, which will shortly speak with more accuracy than scholars can the dead languages they have so painfully studied in riper years. Now, what is learning a language? Is it not to register in the memory a great number of words? It is, moreover, saith Augustine, to observe the sense of each of these words. An infant, saith he, amidst its noises and play, takes notice of what object each word is the sign, and this he does sometimes by observing the natural motion of bodies that come into contact, or that show the object spoken of, sometimes by being struck with the frequent repetition of the same words denoting the same objects. True it is, the temperament of the brain of infants affords a wonderful facility for receiving all these images, but how great attention of mind must there be to distinguish and connect them each with its object. Consider next how much infants, even at that age, take to those who humor them, and dislike those who oppose them, how well they know when to cry and when to be still in order to gain their ends, how cunning, how jealous they can be even at this time. I have seen, saith Austin, a child full of jealousy. Though not yet able to speak, he eyed with furious looks and a pale countenance the child that sucked along with him. Hence then one may conclude that they have more sense at that time than is generally supposed, so that it is possible by means of words, assisted by proper tones and gestures, to give them an inclination rather to be with the decent and virtuous part of those they see than with other indiscreet persons whom they may be in danger of loving. Thus, by the different air of your face and tone of voice, may you represent to them with horror the behavior of persons they have beheld in a transport of anger, or any other disorder, and on the other hand, assuming the softest tones and accents, and mildest looks, act over with admiration whatever passages they have seen wherein wisdom and modesty were observable. I do not mean to set forth these little matters for important, but yet such distant preparations are beginnings not to be neglected, and this early prevention sensibly forms them to receive their education. If there remains any doubt of the influence of first prejudices upon men, let us but observe how lively, how affecting the remembrance of things we loved in our childhood remains in our advanced age. If, instead of inspiring children with vain terrors of apparitions and spirits, which by too violently shocking the brain, yet tender, serves only to weaken it, if instead of suffering them to be directed by every fancy of their nurses to objects of their love or aversion, we were to make it our care to give them a pleasant idea of what is good, and a frightful one of whatever is evil, this prevention would in its consequence greatly facilitate their progress in all the virtues. Quite contrary to this, they are taught to be frightened at a priest dressed in black. The word death is never mentioned unless to scare them. They are told how dead people walk at night in horrible shapes, the consequence of all which is to make the mind weak and fearful, and prejudice it against better things. In the first years of infancy, no greater service can be done the child than to manage its health, to endeavor to furnish it with a mild blood by a well-chosen diet and simple regimen, so to regulate its meals that it may eat nearly at the same hours and as often as is requisite, but not between meals, for that is loading the stomach again before digestion is perfected, not to eat seasoned things that will provoke him to eat more than he has occasion for, and give a disrelish for the sorts of victuals most wholesome for him, in fine, not to supply him with variety, for a variety of food in succession keeps up the appetite after genuine hunger is satisfied. Another thing of great moment is to wait till the organs are grown strong, without pressing instruction upon him, to avoid all occasions of rousing the passions, to use him with gentleness to being deprived of such things as he has shown himself too eager for. This will prevent the confidence of obtaining his desires. If their dispositions be in any degree good, it is possible by these means to render them docile, patient, steady, gay, and tranquil. On the contrary, where this early age is neglected, they become violent and restless all their lives. Their blood heats, habits are formed in the young and tender body. The soul, as yet unbiased, takes a bent to evil. A sort of second original sin springs up, which is to prove the source of 1,000 disorders as they grow bigger. From the moment they arrive at the age wherein reason has unfolded itself, nothing should be said but what has a tendency to give them a love for virtue, and a contempt for all dissimulation. Therefore ought we to use no feints, in order to appease and bring them to do as we would have them, for that would be to teach them a cunning they will never forget. Let us as much as possible lead them on by reason. We will take a nearer view of the state of infants, in order to see more particularly what is proper for them. The substance of their brain is very soft, it hardens day by day. As for their mind, it knows nothing. This softness of brain is the reason why everything makes strong impressions, as is the surprise of novelty which they are so apt to admire and be inquisitive. It is also true that the brain by its humidity and softness, together with much heat, is given to be in continual motion, whence proceeds that restlessness in children, whereby they can no more confine their minds to one object than their bodies to one place. On the other hand, infants, while yet incapable of thought or action of themselves, remark all that passes, and they speak but little, unless we use them to talk much, which we ought carefully to avoid doing. For the pleasure taken in pretty children helps frequently to spoil them. We accustom them to venture to speak whatever comes into their thoughts, and of things of which hitherto they have no distinct comprehension. From this they acquire a lasting habit of judging with precipitation, and of talking on subjects of which they have no clear ideas. This forms a mind of a very bad stamp. This pleasure has yet another effect, a pernicious one. Children, perceiving that people look on them with complacency, take notice of all they do, and are pleased to hear all they say, get accustomed of believing they shall ever be the concern of the world. During this age of applause, and unacquainted with contradiction, chimerical hopes are conceived, which open a way for infinite mistakes through life. I have known children who, whenever persons were talking in private, always concluded they were the subject, because they had observed it to be often so. They imagined everything in themselves to be extraordinary and admirable. Therefore, they ought to be taken care of without being suffered to know that we think much about them. Show them that it is out of kindness and through their great need of assistance, not from any admiration of their qualities, that we are so attentive to their conduct. Be content to form them step by step as occasions naturally offer, even when it is possible to bring the understanding of a child very forward without surcharging it. We should always be cautious of doing this, for the danger of vanity and presumption is always greater than the fruits of these forced educations that make so much noise. We should be content, I say, to follow and assist nature. We should not urge them to talk. As they are very ignorant, they have a multitude of questions to ask, and do ask a great many. Suffice it to answer them with precision, adding sometimes certain little comparisons to make our explanations the easier comprehended. If they pass judgment upon anything without thoroughly understanding it, embarrass them by some new question which may show them their fault without roughly confounding them, and at the same time one should let them see, not by vague commendations, but by some effectual mark of esteem, that we much more approve of their doubting and inquiring into what they are ignorant of, than of their very best decisions. This is the true way of forming their minds after a polite manner, with a genuine modesty and a thorough contempt for those disputations so common among young people a little enlightened. As soon as their reason has apparently made some progress, it will be proper to make use of that very experience to arm them against presumption. You see, may one say, you are more a matter of reason at this time than a year ago. In another year you will perceive things which at present you cannot. And a year ago you had undertaken to judge of things which now you are well acquainted with, but then was not. You must have judged weakly. You would have been much to blame in pretending to know what was then out of your reach, and thus it is with regard to things you were still to learn. Hereafter you will discover how imperfect your present judgment is. In the meantime, rely upon the judgment of those who judge now as yourself will do when arrived at their age and experience. The natural curiosity of children is the forerunner of instruction. Fail not to profit by it. For example, in the country they see a windmill and want to know what it is. We ought to describe to them by what method the food of man is prepared. They observe mowers at work. We should explain what they are doing, how corn is sown, and how it increases upon the ground. In the city they behold shops, where many arts are carried on, and various sorts of merchandise sold. We ought never to think their questions troublesome. They are overtures which nature makes for the readier admission of instruction. Show you take a pleasure in them, and by this means you will insensibly teach them how everything is prepared that is useful for man, and upon which commerce is founded. By degrees, and without making a study of it, they will come to understand the best manner of executing things of use, and the true value of each, which is the sure ground of economy. This knowledge, which no one ought to despise, because it is very fit people should not be deceived in their expenses, is more especially necessary for young women. To be continued. End of section 44, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Section 45 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The history of the counter-COMMINGE continued. I would die, said I, rather than displease you, and I will die if you have no pity on me. What can I do? It is easier for me to take away my own life than to forget Adelaida. Shall I be perjured and violate the vows I have made to her? Vows which have engaged her early affections. Shall I abandon her when I know I have gained her heart? Oh, my dear mother, do not wish your son to become the basest of men. I then related to her all that had passed between us. She loves you, said I, and you, I am sure, will not be able to help loving her. She has your sweetness, your candor, your generosity. How is it possible for me to cease loving her? But what do you propose by indulging this passion, said my mother. Your father is resolved to have you marry another, and commands you to retire into the country till everything is settled. It is absolutely necessary that you should appear willing to obey him. unless you mean to be my death. He expects you will depart tomorrow under the conduct of a person in whom he has great confidence. Absence will do more for you than you can yet imagine. But be that as it will, do not irritate Monsieur de Comminge, still more by your refusal. Ask for time, and I will do everything in my power to accomplish your wishes. Your father's anger cannot last always. He will relent, and you may be yet happy. But you have been greatly to blame in burning the writings. He is persuaded that you sacrificed them to Madame de Lucerne, who ordered her daughter to require that proof of your love. Oh, heavens, cried I, is it possible that my father can be so unjust? Both Madame de Lucerne and Adelaida are ignorant of what I have done, and I am very sure, had they suspected my intention, they would have used all their power over me to have prevented it. My mother and I afterwards took measures to convey letters to each other, and, encouraged by her indulgence, I durst presume to entreat she would transmit to me those of Adelaida, who was soon to be at Bordeaux. My mother had the goodness to promise she would gratify me, but at the same time insisted that if I found Adelaida had altered her sentiments, I should submit to what my father required of me. We spent great part of the night in this conversation, and as soon as day appeared, my conductor came to inform me that it was time to set on horseback. The estate where I was to pass the time of my banishment lay in the mountains, some leagues from Bagnières, so that we took the same road I had so lately passed through. The second day of our journey, we came early in the evening to the village where we were to lie. While supper was preparing, I went to take a walk along the great road, and at a distance saw a coach which drove very fast, and when it came within a few paces of me, overturned. My heart, by its throbbing, acquainted me with the part I had in this accident. I eagerly flew towards the coach. 2 men on horseback who attended it alighted and joined me to assist the persons who were within. It will be easily guessed that those persons were Adelaida and her mother. In effect, it was they. Adelaida was very much hurt in one of her feet, but the joy at seeing me seemed to leave her no sense of her pain. What pleasure did I taste that happy moment! After so many afflictions and at the distance of so many years, it is still present to my remembrance. Adelaida not being able to walk, I took her in my arms to carry her to the inn. Her charming arms were thrown round my neck, and one of her hands touched my mouth. I was in a transport that scarce suffered me to breathe. Adelaida observed it. Her delicacy was alarmed. She made a motion to disengage herself from my arms. Alas, how little did she know the excess of my love! I was too much transported with my present happiness to think there was any beyond it. "Set me down," said she to me, in a low and trembling voice. "I believe I am able to walk." "What?" replied I. "Are you so cruel as to envy me the only good fortune I shall perhaps ever enjoy?" I pressed her hand tenderly to my bosom as I pronounced these words. Adelaida was silent, and a false step, which I made on purpose, obliged her to resume her first attitude. The inn was at so little distance that I was soon forced to part with my beauteous burden. I carried her into her room and laid her on a bed, while their attendants did the same with her mother, who was much more hurt than Adelaida, everyone being busy about Madame de Lucerne. I had time to acquaint Adelaida with part of what had passed between my father and me. I suppressed the article of the burnt writings. I knew not whether I most wished that me should be ignorant of it, or know it from another person. It was in some degree imposing upon her the necessity of loving me, and I was desirous of owing all to her own heart. I durst not describe my father to her such as he really was. Adelaida was strictly virtuous, and I was sensible that to resign herself to the inclination she felt for me, It was necessary that she should hope we might be one day united. I seemed to have great dependence upon my mother's tenderness for me, and the favorable disposition she was in towards us. I entreated Adelaide to see her. "Speak to my mother," said she. "She knows your sentiments. I have acknowledged mine to her." I found that her authority was necessary to give me strength to combat them, if I should be obliged to it, or to justify me for resigning myself up to them without scruple. She will use her utmost endeavors to prevail upon my father to propose an accommodation, and to engage the interposition of our common relations for that purpose. The tranquillity with which Adelaide rested upon these hopes made me feel my misfortune more sensibly. "What if our father should be inexorable?" said I to her, pressing her hand. "Will not you have compassion on a miserable wretch who adores you?" "I will do all that I can," answered she, "to regulate my inclinations by my duty. But I feel that I shall be wretched if that duty is against you." The persons who had been employed about Madame de Gleason, then approaching her daughter, our discourse was interrupted. I went to the bedside of the mother. She received me kindly, and assured me she would use every method in her power to reconcile our families. I then went out of their chamber to leave them at liberty to take some repose. My conductor, who waited for me in my own apartment, had made no enquiry about these new guests, so that I had an opportunity of being a few moments with Adelaide before I proceeded on my journey. I entered her chamber in a condition easier to be imagined than described. I dreaded that this was the last time I should see her. I approached the mother first. My grief pleaded for me, and she was so moved with it that she expressed herself in still kinder terms than she had done the evening before. Adelaide was at another end of the room. I went to her trembling. "I leave you, my dear Adelaide," said I. 2 or 3 times I repeated the same words. My tears, which I could not restrain, spoke the rest. She wept likewise. "I shew you my whole heart," said she. "I do not wish to disguise it from you. You deserve my tenderness. I know not what will be our fate, but I am resolved that my parents shall dispose of mine." "And why," replied I, "should we subject ourselves to the tyranny of our parents? Let us leave them to hate each other, if they will do it, and let us fly to some distant corner of the world and be happy in our mutual tenderness, which we may make a superior duty to what we owe them." "Never let me hear such a proposal from you again," said she. "Give me not cause to repent of the sentiments I have entertained for you. My love may make me unhappy, but it shall never make me criminal. Adieu," added she, giving me her hand. "It is by our constancy and virtue that we ought to endeavor to triumph over our misfortunes. But whatever happens, let us resolve to do nothing which may lessen our esteem for each other." While she spoke, I killed the dear hand she had given me. I bathed it with my tears. "I must always love you," replied I. "Death, if I cannot be yours, will free me from my misery." My heart was so oppressed with anguish that I could with difficulty utter these few words. I hastily quitted the room, and mounting my horse, arrived at the place where we were to dine, without having one moment ceased to weep. I gave free course to my tears. I found a kind of sweetness in thus indulging my grief. When the heart is truly affected, it takes pleasure in everything that discovers to itself its own sensibility. The remainder of our journey passed as the beginning. I had scarce uttered a word during the whole time. On the 3rd day, we arrived at a castle built near the Pyrenees. Nothing was to be seen about it but pines and cypress trees, steep rocks and horrid precipices, and nothing heard but the noise of torrents rushing with violence down those frightful declivities. This savage dwelling pleased me, because it soothed my melancholy. I passed whole days in the woods, and when I returned, unloaded my sad heart in letters to my beloved Adelaide. This was my only employment, and my only pleasure. I will give them to her one day, thought I. She shall see by them how I have passed the time in her absence. I sometimes received letters from my mother, in one of which she gave me hopes. Alas, that was the only happy moment I ever enjoyed. She informed me that all our relations were laboring to reconcile our families, and that there was room to believe they would succeed. After this, I received no more letters for 6 weeks. How tedious were those days of doubt and anxiety. Every morning, I went into the road through which the messengers passed, and never returned till it was late in the evening, lingering till hope and expectation had nothing left to feed upon, and always returned more wretched than when I first set out. At length I saw a man at a distance, riding toward the castle. I did not doubt but he was a messenger to me, and instead of that eager impatience I had felt a moment before, I was now seized with apprehension and dread. I durst not advance to meet him. Something which I could not account for restrained me. Uncertainty, which had hitherto appeared so tormenting, seemed now a good which I feared to lose. My heart did not deceive me. This man brought me letters from my mother, in which he informed me that my father would listen to no proposals for an accommodation, and, to complete my miseries, had resolved upon a marriage between me and a daughter of the house of Bois. That the nuptials were to be celebrated in the castle where I then was, and that my father would in a few days come himself to prepare me for what he desired of me. You will easily judge I did not balance a moment about the resolution I was to take. I waited for my father's arrival with tranquillity enough. My grief was soothed with the reflection that I was able to make another sacrifice to Adelaida. I was convinced she loved me. I loved her too much to doubt it. True love is always full of confidence. My mother, who had so many reasons for wishing to see me disengaged from Adelaida, had never in any of her letters given me the least cause to suspect she was changed. This completed my security. How greatly did the constancy of my Adelaida heighten the ardor of my passion. During the 3 days which elapsed before the arrival of my father, my imagination was wholly employed on the new proof I was shortly to give Adelaida of my passion. This idea, notwithstanding my miserable situation, gave me the sensations little different from joy. End of section 45. Section 46 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Philosophy for the Ladies continued. Of the methods nature has furnished various animals withal to elude the attacks of and prevent pursuits from their enemies. In our last number, we gave some account of a remarkable artifice made use of by a very small animal to entrap and get into his power such creatures as his proper prey, and which, by being provided either with wings or with a superior share of agility, would be otherwise out of the reach of his attacks. Were we to proceed in relating the various contrivances peculiar to each several species of animals for the discovering, ensnaring, and overcoming their respective enemies, or catching their destined prey, we should greatly encroach on the limits of the plan we have determined to proceed on, of not dwelling too long on any one subject. Various, therefore, as they are, and entertaining and curious as the knowledge of them may be, we shall refer an account of them to some future periods, in which they may, perhaps, find place with a greater degree of variety, and proceed in this to relate the opposite gift of nature, who, provident and careful of all her works, has, together with every convenience for the procuring of sustenance, and for the attacking of those enemies which stand in some rank of equality, also furnished almost every creature with the means of either eluding the search or escaping from the seizure of such as are more powerful. Some of these methods are general, others particular. The more general means by which different animals elude the search of their powerful and destructive enemies are the several cells, caverns, nests, and covertures, which nature has taught the different genera of them to find out and to repair to for shelter, as well against their destroyers as against the several inclemencies and dangers of the weather. The general assistances which they meet with for escaping from imminent danger, when attacked, is some peculiar degree of agility, either in running, leaping, flying, or swimming, for which several purposes certain classes of animals are found to be furnished with a particular apparatus and mechanism, such as most justly demand our admiration and bear the strongest testimony to almighty wisdom. Yet these are still properties in common to numbers, even of different species, bearing only some trivial differences peculiar to individuals. But there are other methods in which the Creator has thought proper to distinguish his care for the preservation of his creatures, and which are some of them limited to particular genera of animals, and others absolutely confined to separate individuals. Of this sort, there is none that we find more frequent than the being endowed with the property of assuming, either in color or form, the general appearance of surrounding objects, in such manner that being blended and confused with them, a distant eye is rendered incapable of discerning them. And this property we ever find more or less bestowed on those creatures whose natural manner of living obliges them to range abroad for their food in places devoid of shelter, and therefore become the more continually exposed to the attacks of their adversaries. Thus do we find in Greenland, Nova Zembla, and the colder countries within the polar circles, that in the winter season, when the whole region is covered with indissoluble snow, the hares, rabbits, foxes, etc., who by that means are deprived of their accustomed shelter, and would therefore become an easy prey to the larger animals, change the dark colors, which their summer coats are stained with, into a snowy whiteness, whereby they not only are undiscoverable at any considerable distance, even though lying on the open ground, but also, if by chance they should be seen, their natural swiftness cannot but perfectly avail them in their flight over large plains in which, from the resemblance of their own color with that of the surrounding country, their figure is very quickly as much lost therein as a drop of water falling into the vast expanse of ocean. Animals of the serpent, frog, and lizard kind, whose residence is ever amongst grass, corn, and herbage, have for the most part the basis of their clothing of a green color. When they are spotted or striped, the generality of those marks are either formed with yellow, which is the next most universal color in nature, especially amongst the field flowers, or else with various shades of brown, approaching to the representation of earth and of the roots and barks of trees. By this means they easily elude the sight and search of the birds and other animals, which would otherwise destroy them in great quantities, unarmed as they are, and incapable of defending themselves when attacked. The so much admired chameleon, whose food being small insects, which are borne about in the summer air, not the air itself, as it was formerly imagined, renders it necessary that he should ever remain in places unsheltered and open to every view, is endued with the power of assuming the color of whatever he happens to lie upon. But here let us not lead our fair readers into the vulgar error of imagining he is able to change the color from one to another, any more than in appearance. In short, what little tint he really has, which is indeed very little, is like others of the lizard class, greenish, and consequently not much different from that of the objects amongst which he has the most frequent necessity to take up his station. But besides this, the great transparency of his body, through which the color of whatever he happens to lie upon is easily discernible, is the greatest security he has, and by making it almost impossible for him to be distinguished, has given rise to the opinion that he assumes a color, which in reality he only suffers to be seen. Caterpillars also, which are the natural food of many kinds of birds, are for the most part found to partake of the colors of those plants which they feed on and inhabit. Nay, there is one particular class of them, well known to the fly fancier by the name of loopers, which fixing themselves to the barks of certain branches of trees, and stretching out their bodies, therefrom perfectly straight, and in a certain oblique direction, assume so exactly in their color, form, and rugged contexture, the appearance of the natural sprigs of those branches, that a very discerning eye may look attentively on a branch where hundreds of them are affixed, and if uninformed of their property, may chance not to discover one. There is an insect, however, very frequent in the West Indies, which is still more extraordinary, sheltered under a feigned appearance. He is of the locust, or rather the mantis kind. His body is long, slender, and knobbed, of a brown color, and therefore bears a very near resemblance to a broken sprig of wood. But besides this, he has two very large and long wings, which are so formed, both as to shape, color, and markings, that they exactly represent two dried leaves in the fall of autumn, and browned by the heat of the sun, withered up, and curled about the edges, and from an entire deficiency of all juices and moisture, every minutest ramification of the fibrous texture rendered distinctly visible. It is called the walking leaf, a name that indeed most truly expresses his figure, which is so amazingly like an outcast of the season, that excepting when he moves, he can never attract the notice of an eye whatsoever. This kind of protection, from a resemblance to external objects, extends even so far as into the earth and water. Worms, grubs, and other insects, whose habitation is underground, yet are liable to be frequently disturbed by the plow or spade, and brought to the view of their destroyers, are for the most part found to be of a color nearly resembling the clods of earth, amongst which they lie less discernible than they would be were they of red, blue, green, or any other bright color, which would form a more apparent contrast to the surrounding glebe. Many of the animals whose first state of life is in the waters, and who would therefore be a ready prey to the fishes who inhabit them, are taught by the universal mistress nature a means of forming to themselves a crustaceous covering, which so nearly resembles the small sprigs, pieces of dead bark, straws, etc., that are everywhere to be found at the bottom of brooks and rivers, that they lie secure and unnoticed by those animals who would be tempted by a figure more resembling life to seize on and devour them. Nay, even the fish themselves frequently partake so much of the colors of the mosses, herbage, etc., amongst which they harbor, that they are not easily to be distinguished, excepting when in motion. Such are the means wherewith kind Providence has furnished different creatures to elude almost the strictest search, and thereby to avoid the being attacked. Yet, as for the wisest purposes, the whole animal kingdom seems in one perpetual state of warfare within itself. It was also necessary that certain means of escape should be provided to have recourse to, in case the methods of prevention should prove ineffectual. Of these, every animal is more or less instructed and endued with powers for relieving itself, even in the height of the most imminent danger, and when almost in the jaws of its most rapacious enemy. Of these, some are very swift in sudden flight, some by the help of a peculiar springiness of limbs, which in high and unexpected leaps conveys them instantly out of the reach, or at least out of the ken of their adversary. Others, as the mole, the ferret, the grilla etc., by an expert rapidity in digging into the bowels of the earth, and at the same time closing up the passage through which they have forced their way, whilst others, lastly, find means to escape by taking refuge in an element whereunto their adversaries dare not or cannot follow them, which is the case with the whole race of amphibious animals. Some kinds of creatures there are, especially amongst the insect tribe, who, having neither strength to resist nor agility to fly, deceive their enemies by assuming the appearance of death. To this stratagem, many of the smaller species of the beetle or scarabaeus class have immediate resource on the least approach of danger, as anyone may easily be convinced by touching them with a stick or taking them into the hand, when they instantly turn on their backs, contract all their limbs together, and lie for a time under the appearance of a little inanimate grain, which they do not shake off, till by the stillness of everything round them, they are persuaded they can run no risk by reassuming the signs of life, which they do with as much caution and gradual deliberation as they put in the image of death with presence of mind and ready precipitation. Many other devices of somewhat a similar nature are made use of by various creatures for the purposes above mentioned, the minutiae of which it would be too tedious here to enter into. But I think we cannot with any propriety close this article without taking notice of two animals which possess qualities so eminently singular for repelling and stopping the career of their pursuers, that it is rather more wonderful that they should ever be taken at all, than that the knowledge of them and their properties should be so little known, as in general they are. The first of these that I mention is the calamari, or inkfish. This animal, whose singularity of figure has induced me to make the subject of the copperplate annexed to this number, is found in great abundance on the coast of the warmer parts of Europe. He is of the polypus class, and frequently lies on the surface of the water, with the arms which are represented in the figure spread out for the catching of such fish as may happen to come in his way, and which, by the means of numberless suckers of a most curious mechanism that are arranged along the arms, are not only secured from escaping him, if once they come within his touch, but are also empoisoned by it in such a manner that, if they, by dint of struggling, should force themselves from his hold, they would die almost immediately. Thus armed, therefore, and provided for attack, he frequently seizes a fish much larger than himself, whose juices he sates himself with, abandoning the remainder to the waves. There are, however, some kinds of fish to whom he, in turn, is a proper prey, whose bulk is too much for him to attack, and their activity too great to fly from. For his security, then, from these powerful enemies, he is furnished with two advantageous properties. The first is a very clear and extensive sight, from a pair of large globular and projecting eyes, which is so placed as to command all objects that can advance from any part round him. The second, and that which is more immediately peculiar to himself, is a certain black fluid, which on the approach of an enemy he ejects from his body in large quantities, and which, muddying the water for a very considerable space round him, not only conceals the spot of his immediate residence, but also deters his antagonist from pursuing him. So careful has nature been for the preservation of every one of her creatures, however inconsiderable or apparently useless. The other instance of providential care, wherewith I shall at present close this department of philosophy, is that of the torpedo, or crampfish, a creature which, though a very slow swimmer, and in its construction divested of all means of preventing or avoiding any attack made on it, yet is furnished with the method of rendering such attacks fruitless, and, as if it were by a stroke of magic, reducing its enemy to a state of inactivity and impotence. In short, the skin of this animal is formed of a texture so elastic and powerful that on the very slightest touch of it, even with the end of a stick, it numbs and destroys the sense of feeling in the same manner as a fit of the cramp would do. enervating the whole frame, and producing such an effect as would, was the fact not so well known, appear incredible. What then must be the consequence to any animal who should eagerly seize on it, with the design of making it his prey? What but a total deprivation of all sense, for at least time sufficient to enable the destined victim to make his escape, and save himself from the threatening jaws of destruction. These are some few among numberless instances of the infinite wisdom of the great First Cause in his works of creation, who has thus contrived it so, that although it is necessary, the different species of animals should mutually prey on one another, and that each should find himself surrounded with a host of professed as well as insidious enemies, yet that every kind should be supplied, and that with a variety of invention which nothing less than infinite wisdom could form, with the methods for preventing its race from utter extirpation, and preserving the just and proper balance which the use and the conveniency of man, and often some hidden cause beyond the comprehension of his understanding, require to be maintained amongst the greater and the smaller wheels of this great machine, the universe. End of section 46. Section 47 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The Ladies' Geography continued. Of the manners and customs of the inhabitants of Amboina. After having given some account of the habits, arms, and festivals of these people, it will be proper to give a slight description of those diversions wherewith the feasts we have mentioned constantly conclude, which are those of music, singing, and dancing. Of their instruments of music, the principal one is the gong. This is of very great use throughout the Indies, but is most highly esteemed by the Amboinians, who ever preserve it amongst their most valuable effects. Of these there are two sorts, the one large, the other small. Of the latter sort, they arrange 6 or 7 in a row on a bench, which are struck alternately with 2 sticks covered over with linen cloth. This instrument, which they call tatabong, serves by way of accompaniment to the former, but is played much quicker, though ever in cadence therewith. The fifa keeps the same time as the larger gong, and is properly a drum. It is distinguished from the rebana by being of a cylindrical figure, whereas the other is flat. Besides which, the manner of touching them is different. There is also a third sort, which resembles a little barrel, slung by a string round the neck, and is covered with parchment at both ends, whereas the others are only covered at top. The figure of these instruments together with the manner of using them may be seen in a plate annexed to number 3 of this work. Their dances keep time to the sound of these instruments with an exactness and a degree of agility that is really surprising. Their prodigious leaps, their supple turns, and the extraordinary windings and changes of posture, which they bring their joints to execute, surpass all description or idea. As soon as the feast is over, a man appears dressed in the manner of the Alforians, or mountaineers, covered with the branches and leaves of trees, and armed with a large buckler, a saber or javelin, and a helmet, surmounted with a large plume of feathers of the bird of paradise. In this singular equipage he cries out, for some moments in the air, sometimes alone, and sometimes accompanied by a second of the same class, casting around him looks of the utmost fury and perturbation, and making the most terrible efforts, as if he would beat down the whole world under his blows. This exercise, which they express by the word tsakali, is constantly succeeded by their common dances, which each sex severally executes by 2 or 4 together, with great gracefulness and address, some holding a naked poignard in each hand, and sometimes one or two silk handkerchiefs, which they wave around them. Others have a fine scarf or sash of the same, or of chintz, which is fastened to the left shoulder, and one end of which trails on the ground. The men wear besides a turban on the head, and the women decorate their hair with flowers. Their dancers are always young, unmarried people. When they begin, and when they retire, they salute the company by joining their hands over their heads. But on these occasions, it is the custom always to make them a present of certain habits of silk, or some rich stuff, in which some one of the spectators runs to enwrap their bodies, whilst they are yet dancing, by the way of entreating them as if it were not to fatigue themselves any longer. And this is one of the expenses by which the Amboynians ruin themselves. The men as well as the women usually accompany these dances with their voices. These songs, which serve as a kind of annals, for want of better historians, contain, among other things, the ancient events of their country, the praises of their heroes, and the glorious deeds of their ancestors. And this vocal and instrumental music is not only made use of in their great feasts and on other particular occasions, but also on board their boats and barges, in which the rowers keep the most perfect time to the instruments and voices. End of section 47. End of the Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox.